rolling with that 2020 vision. Think it's time to level up and put my gears into position. Come and join me on the 2020 mission. We can go travel the world and have some fun and take some lessons. I put a score on 2020 is my year. Then I'll double it in quick win. 2020's it. I'm just rolling with my 2020 goggles on. I came to come and get it done. If you're on it, come along.
I'm just rolling with this 2020 focus, practicing my hocus pocus. California smoking hopeless. I ain't got time to fret and worry about using dopest. Apologies most vulnerably, but I just didn't notice. We're just climbing through this 2020 climate. When you're searching for the truth, it's so surprising where you find it. All the glitters isn't golden lights are blinding. In tune to Gardner in the DRS, we start combining.
I'm just rolling with that 2020 vision in it. Hear me on the radio and shout to those who are listening in. I feel alright with all the loved ones I am living it with. Have to push things forward if we're struggling, we're living with it. Style I have to boss and style I have to fiddle with it. Love to switch my style up if it's nice and I'm considering it. I'm just rolling with that 2020 vision in it. I've got lots of love to give and course there's couple lyrics with it.
I'm just rolling with that 2020 roller coaster. Lighting juice inside my toaster, getting high like I'm supposed to. I've been around the clock so many times I'm never closer. I might the subtle beauty of your mum but never closer. We're all escaping from this 2020 cage. And when I feel the sun against my face, I want to breathe and maybe I'm just raving. Cause everything is changing while we stays and it'll never be the same way.
Rolling with that 2020 vision. Think it's time to level up and put my gears into position. Come and join me on the 2020 mission. We can go travel the world and have some fun and take some lessons. I put a score on 2020 is my year. Then I'll double it in quick win. 2020's it. I'm just rolling with my 2020 goggles on. I came to come and get it done. If you're on it, come along.
I'm just rolling with this 2020 focus, practicing my hocus pocus. California smoking hopeless. I ain't got time to fret and worry about using dopest. Apologies most vulnerably, but I just didn't notice. We're just climbing through this 2020 climate. When you're searching for the truth, it's so surprising where you find it. All the glitters isn't golden lights are blinding. In tune to Gardner in the DRS, we start combining.
I'm just rolling with that 2020 vision in it. Hear me on the radio and shout to those who are listening in. I feel alright with all the loved ones I am living it with. Have to push things forward if we're struggling, we're living with it. Style I have to boss and style I have to fiddle with it. Love to switch my style up if it's nice and I'm considering it. I'm just rolling with that 2020 vision in it. I've got lots of love to give and course there's couple lyrics with it.
I'm just rolling with that 2020 roller coaster. Lighting juice inside my toaster, getting high like I'm supposed to. I've been around the clock so many times I'm never closer. I might the subtle beauty of your mum but never closer. We're all escaping from this 2020 cage. And when I feel the sun against my face, a warmth it feels amazing. I'm just raving. Cause everything is changing while we stays and it'll never be the same way.
a kiss can melt a heart. Show me tonight, oh baby, in the dark. Hold me, 'cause when you kiss me, the sky just seems to fall. I guess it's love I'm feeling after all. And if a kiss can melt a heart, show me tonight, oh baby, in the dark. Hold me, 'cause when you kiss me, the sky just seems to fall. I guess it's love I'm feeling after all. And if a kiss can melt a heart, show me tonight, oh baby, in the dark. Hold me, 'cause when you kiss me, the sky just seems to fall. I guess it's love I'm feeling after all. And if a kiss can melt a heart, show me tonight, oh baby, in the dark. Hold me, 'cause when you kiss me, the sky just seems to fall. I guess it's love I'm feeling after all. And if a kiss can melt a heart, show me tonight, oh baby, in the dark. Hold me, 'cause when you kiss me, the sky just seems to fall. I guess it's love I'm feeling after all.
Give it up for Giving Tuesday and the fundraiser for the Black Power Blueprint. Everybody should go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday and make a contribution. I think that we are at over $8,500, and I just wanted to shout out the amazing bass ninja who gave me that fire drum and bass set earlier, the whole Selecta crew that he represents, Jen in the house, okay? We got awesome viewers. Thank you for tuning in. Keep sharing the video. And I wanted to thank a donor named Carrie Austin who donated $20. So we have only 480 left to go. Someone put that in right now, okay? Baby, that's what I'm talking about. This is really important that we support this program. This is about Black self-determination. And keep it locked. Stay tuned. Keep donating. Share the link. Ask your friends. We will raise the $10,000 before 7 a.m. Central, baby. DJ Reparations. Keep it locked.
There's a spirit that dwells deep within my soul. The spirit that possesses the entity beyond all self-existence. This is the missing channel.
Shout out Ron Dixon, $50. yet, just a reminder to go to apef.org/Giving Tuesday by any means necessary, okay? I will donate $5 to anyone, if anyone writes in the comments the name of the revolutionary that this track by DJ Trey samples. If y'all have been paying attention, I want someone to put in the comments the name of the revolutionary that this track by DJ Trey samples. Whoever gets it wins a $5 donation on my behalf. Kristen won. It is Malcolm X.
as an outreach.
My whole gang solely solitary. Yeah. In the end, we only really help ourselves. Mental grade for the commentary. Miss you, drop that night weighing on my health. Yeah. This ordeal fucking me up. Ten toes up, that on my feet, I'm up. Yeah, deleted from my mom, you cannot come. Promise to God, I try this, I've been in the end, this cannot work out. No point of it's changing, even without you, I had to heal and it's hurt out. There's something about you that was just making it worse, even more than it turned out. Going back to you, your attitude kept my emos down. We could have been that couple with a tuxedo and gown. It was lost, but not left up to that fact you can't come around. I came from the east side of St. Louis where you hear gun sounds. If you disrespect my gang, guarantee will knock you down. Relations cause implications, humans cause fear. Just face it, my heart's in this matrix, my love disappeared. How come time rearranges? Why can't we be friends? Toxic, we live off this poison, is death in the end. My whole gang solely solitary. Yeah. In the end, we only really help ourselves. Mental grade for the commentary. Miss you, drop that night weighing on my health. Yeah. This ordeal fucking me up. Ten toes up, stay on my feet, I'm up. Yeah, deleted from my mom, you cannot come. Okay, my exhale, inhale, exhale. 2022, I'm on double XL. She got double D's, her shirt size is XL. Back in high school, young warrior got expelled. Inside's too dark to keep in contact. Engrave my soul into this contract. If you leave me once, baby, don't come back. Cut her off, my knife sharp as a thumbtack. Tired of being with you, if I can't be myself in the end. I do not condone depression, this shit is not a trend. I get lost inside my mind every time I'm outside in the wind. You took my heart, I cried, walked away like you smiled and grand. My whole gang solely solitary. Yeah. In the end, we only really help ourselves. Mental grade for the commentary. Miss you, drop that night weighing on my health. Yeah. This ordeal fucking me up. Ten toes down, stay on my feet, I'm up. Yeah, deleted from my mom, you cannot come.
Revolutionary struggle, we didn't be living, and I think that struggle is going to come. Why don't you live for the people? Why don't you struggle for the people? Why don't you die for the people?
That was a famous speech by Fred Hampton. And this track is an original track from my friend Bayoun, who is a supporter of the Black Power Blueprint based in Atlanta. Thank you to everyone for tuning in tonight. Don't forget to go to apedf.org/givingtuesday. We still got like 5.5 hours of program for those that can't sleep. Revolution, don't sleep. Have you donated yet? Because if not, you know where to go. apedf.org/givingtuesday. Want to give it up for Bass Ninja again. My name's DJ Reparations. This is my last track of the night. Only about $1,300 from our goal for $10,000 to complete the renovations of an abandoned building in North St. Louis to become an apartment for those coming out of prison that don't have a place to stay. So this is a really good cause. So again, go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. Y'all, we're a little bit over time, so I want to bring on my comrades Jesse Neville, the chair of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, and Ali Ayello to go on to our next part of the program for all you night owls. Thank you again and enjoy the rest of the 24-hour reparations telethon. Uhuru!
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 Wow.
Wow is right. What an incredible set.
That was awesome.
Bass Ninja and DJ Reparations.
Okay, we're live now, guys. Hello, everyone.
Well, I just
go ahead.
I really want to thank Bass Ninja and DJ Reparations. That was awesome.
Yes, it was.
Couldn't think of a better way to spend those last 2 hours. So thank you so much. And guess what, folks? We are still going with the fundraising. We only have 1,300. Jesse, do you have a final number? Final tally?
Let me see. I don't. Let me see if I can get that for you though. Keep going. I'll have that for you in just a second.
So while Jesse's getting that final tally, we're getting it here in the chat.
680 total is how much we've raised.
Woo! Let's go.
That means we have math time 1,320 left to go.
Woo!
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. $1,320 left to go towards furnishing, outfitting, renovating the fourth of 4 apartments in the African Independence Workforce Program 4-plex apartment housing that the Black Power Blueprint is creating in the impoverished African working class community of North St. Louis. This is an amazing program. We've been doing this since 8 a.m. yesterday. We're going to keep going until 8 a.m. today. And our goal is 10,000, and we are so close. And this is reparations. And we say that just like capitalism never takes a pause in stealing the resources of African people, we can never take a pause in returning those resources. The capitalists work round the clock to exploit and oppress African people. So we're literally round the clock right now to return those stolen resources to African people. So go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday and give what you can. If what you can give is $1,320, all the better, but no amount is too big or too small.
Uhuru.
Bro.
I couldn't unite more. Yeah, go ahead and go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday and put in, whatever you can contribute. We have to make this happen. We have to do it. We have to return the resources. It's our responsibility as white people to go into the community, go into our own white communities and raise reparations. And the resources are there. We just have to give them back, return them, go into the community. And I don't know if you heard in the panel with Chairman Amalia Shatella and Deputy Chair Ona Zanea Shatella, Chairman Penny Hess, but these fourplex apartments are named after incredible political prisoners such as Desi Woods. There's 4 apartments, and 2 of them are going to be named after 2 African women political prisoners, Desi Woods and Assata Shakur, and the second 2 are named after 2 African men political prisoners, Sundiata Akoli and Matulu Shakur. So let's go ahead and take that stand and donate today by going to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday.
Yes, that was so amazing when Deputy Chair was announcing that was breaking news that these fourplexes are being named after these political prisoners, some of which are still in prison. Assata Shakur is in exile. She's in political asylum in Cuba, but none of them is free. And I think the fact that the party is choosing to name this fourplex after these political prisoners just shows how much more this is than just housing or just some kind of charity project. This is not just about providing housing. This is about forwarding the struggle of African people to break the chains of their colonial oppression. And it's part of, bringing formerly incarcerated African people, not just into the ability to get jobs, but into the ability to build their own economic development that advances their own interests as a people, that brings back their own resources and their own productive capacity into their own hands. Because the prison system is kind of like the essence of what capitalism is. The prison system is where African people are essentially enslaved, living in the most horrendous, brutal, horrific conditions, tortured, raped, beaten constantly, facing just the most horrific conditions, and then forced to work for nothing, basically, for all these major corporations. Every major corporation you can think of is using prison labor. Even these fires that were sweeping California, they use imprisoned African people to try to clear these fires. When they have oil spills, they send imprisoned Africans in to try to clean up the oil spills. They put incarcerated, enslaved Africans into the most toxic, dangerous work conditions to do basically capitalism's dirtiest dirty work for absolutely no pay. And so that's basically the essence of capitalism. Billions of dollars are made off of the prison system. And then these African men and women come out of that prison system and can't even get a job. So it is an absolute atrocity. It is an offense. And the African Independence Workforce Program, it's not just about some apartments, as Deputy Chair and the Chairman made so clear, by naming these apartments after African men and women who are themselves behind bars for nothing more than that they fought for the freedom of their people. So I thought that was really profound, and I want to appreciate everybody who is joining us. And I want to give a special shout out to Ron and Kristen, because talk about diehards. Those are some serious Reparations Telethon diehards. I just want you to know your loyalty to this broadcast does not go unnoticed, my beloved comrades. We appreciate you very much. But I know there are other people tuning in as well. Some people are just joining us, so we welcome you. Welcome to the Reparations Telethon, sponsored by the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. Our goal today is to raise $10,000 for the African Independence Workforce Program of the Black Power Blueprint. And damn, we're only $1,320 away. So go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday and contribute whatever you can. Uhuru, Ali.
Uhuru, yeah, I totally unite, Jesse. And as the chairman has always said, this isn't just some set of institution. This is power in the hands of the African working class. That's right. What the African People's Socialist Party has always fought for. They always fought in the interest of the African working class. And this money is going towards really concrete things. To furnish an apartment, you can't just wish an apartment to be furnished. Someone's got to buy the fridge. Someone's got to buy the bed frame. Someone's got to pay the money to fix the floors, to put the roof in, to get the plumbing, the heating, to get the stove. It all takes material resources. We can't just wish it to be complete. And you can sponsor some of those material resources, putting in that money, saying, I want this to go to the apartment. I want this to sponsor the fridge that's coming in, the couch, the sheets that need to be bought. You can do that by going to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. So Jesse, should we move into our next segment?
Yeah, let's do that. And before we do that, I also want to shout out Hallie Murray, who has been with us from the beginning and is still with us. So thank you, Comrade Hallie, for continuing to come along this amazing 24-hour journey towards raising $10,000 for the Black Power Blueprint. And we want to give everybody who is tuning in, we're going to give you a little assignment. After we put on this next video, go ahead and share this live stream to the high heavens, and to be more materialist about that. Find groups that are, maybe international groups that might make a little bit more sense time zone wise. And let's build an audience. We're doing this 24-hour telethon, so let's keep building it. Let's bring new people in, and let's keep it going and keep raising these resources for the Black Power Blueprint in every way we can. So that's all I wanted to say, Ali, and we can go ahead and dive in.
All right. So up and coming. So this past November 3rd, the Black is Back Coalition, which is led by Chairman Omali Shatella, had its annual march on the White House. Do you remember what annual? I think maybe 12th annual.
I believe it was the 11th. The first
11th.
one, I think the first one was in 2009.
All right, so let's go with 11. So yeah, that math would make sense. So 11th annual march on the White House. It was absolutely incredible. And we had the honor as the Uhuru Solidarity Movement of marching as the reparations contingent behind the Black is Back Coalition and the African working class, under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party. We marched at the Black People's March on the White House for reparations to African people. And it actually turned out that the same day that the march was scheduled for in November was the same day that Joe Biden was officially announced as the who's going to be the president of the United States. But the Black is Back March on the White House knew no matter who won, we were going to be marching anyway, because imperialism is imperialism is imperialism. And it didn't matter whether it was imperialism in the form of Trump or imperialism in the form of Biden. You know, we were neither represent the interest of the African working class, and we were going to be marching down the streets of Washington, D.C. to Lafayette Park outside the White House to make that statement. And we did march amongst thousands of people who initially might have been out to celebrate Joe Biden's victory, who initially, you know, maybe we're just going out there to see what was going on, but they saw the African working class, the Black is Back Coalition, the African People's Socialist Party marching down the streets of Washington, D.C., saying 2, 4, 6, 8, tell the people who we hate, Republicans, Democrats, the whole damn bunch. And people joined in enthusiastically, united around this chant. So it was an extraordinarily powerful march. And then following that march, there were 2 rallies on Saturday, one before the march, one after the march, and then the next day there was a conference. And one of the speakers at the conference was the chairwoman of the African People's Solidarity Committee, Chairwoman Penny Hess. And we wanted to show you clips of 2 of the incredible speeches that African People's Solidarity Committee Chairwoman Penny Hess made on Saturday and on Sunday. So, Jesse, I want to turn it over to you to play the first video from the rally on Saturday.
Absolutely, I would love to. All right, so this is a presentation, as was mentioned. This was given by Chairwoman Penny Hess on behalf of the African People's Solidarity Committee at the Black is Back March on the White House. And it was an incredible march. It was an honor to be there. I want to salute Chairman Omali Yeshitela for leading the Black is Back Coalition for over a decade now. And it was quite something to be there on the day that the election results were, well, the initial election results were announced. And as some party members said, the Black is Back Coalition parted the blue sea and went through and raised up the revolutionary line, and it was electrifying. It was amazing. So let's take a look at Chairwoman.
From the African People's Solidarity Committee, we express our deepest unity and solidarity with the Black is Back Coalition for Justice, Peace, and Reparations. We stand in solidarity with the understanding that Black power matters, and we unite with the demand down with colonialism. Colonialism must go. As the organization of the African People's Solidarity Committee was formed by the African People's Socialist Party, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, more than 40 years ago, that the African People's Solidarity Committee was created by the party, by the African People's Socialist Party, not for a favor, not as a loose understanding of solidarity, but with a strategic purpose to extend the African revolution inside the belly of the beast, so that our work and our responsibility is to be Black power in white face, And I want to make it very clear that everything that we understand comes from the analysis and the leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the African People's Socialist Party on the ground all over the world working for the total liberation of Africa and African people everywhere. We are formed under the leadership of the party because, as the chairman laid out so clearly, that this system, that capitalism, that the wealth of Europe and white people everywhere rests on the reality of the European assault on Africa, the kidnapping of African people, the turning of African human beings into commodities that created the wealth of this system. And that it was this that transformed, as the chairman has told us, every white person from a feudal serf into a colonizer, and that we unite with the African People's Socialist Party's understanding that the problem is not racism. The ideas, as Chairman said, of white people's heads, that is not what creates the system and the state power that oppresses African people all over the world today, but it is built on the colonial reality backed by the state, and that colonialism is the total domination of a whole people by a foreign and alien state power and people for profit for the entire colonizer population. So it means that what the chairman has laid out, that all white people are the colonizers. There is no black and white unite and fight, because the poorest among us have united with the ruling class of white power and the United States to attack and assault African people, whether it was the lynchings carried out by white working people, whether it was the attack on Tulsa that we're reading about a lot now, whether it was any other period in this country, including white people voting in the 3 strikes you're out and the crime bill that the chairman talked about that was written by Joe Biden and the Democratic Party as a way to continue the oppression and colonial domination of African people today. And that all, as the chairman said, every dream and every aspiration that white people have, from social wealth, the ability of our families to pass down stolen wealth over and over again, to the ability not to be put into prison for anything that we do, to the ability not to be gunned down by the police any place that we go, that we have that stolen from and at the expense of African people on land stolen from the indigenous people, that white people participated in that genocide. And that we owe reparations. We all owe reparations. But we also have to go to our ruling class, the ruling class of white power, and take the struggle on, that all the wealth of the banks and the ruling class is stolen from Africans. And they must pay reparations. So the stand of white people paying reparations is a revolutionary stand. It's not a favor. It is the return of the stolen wealth into the revolutionary African working class. Uhuru! Unity through reparations!
Through. Unity through
Reparations.
All right. So that was quite a presentation from our chairwoman, Penny Hess. I really appreciated that statement. I was recording it, so I couldn't cheer because then you would just hear me cheering loudly behind the camera the whole time. But I wanted to cheer because I found it very mobilizing, very exciting, and very on point and very timely. And I just appreciate what, how she closed it out, saying that it's time for us to go to the moneyed sector, as we call it, to the ruling class, to these bankers, to these corporations, and make them pay reparations to African people. And that reparations, it's not a favor, it's not an act of charity, it's not even like this kind of stuff you hear about out there about allies and privilege and all this kind of politic that swirls out there. It's a revolutionary stand, and it requires something very different from us as white people than anything else that's out there that substitutes as allyship or even solidarity with the Black community. So I thought it was a really important presentation. And Allie, what did you think?
I thought it was really phenomenal as well. I mean, Chairwoman Penny never tries to cover it up. she always puts it right out on the line, and I thought it was incredibly accurate. I thought it was a brilliant presentation. And this was made in a park in Lafayette Park where people were there. Some people, a lot of people were there for the rally, and there were also a lot of people that were out enjoying their day in the park. And this is the powerful rally that they came across. These are the incredible speeches that they were able to hear, one of them being Chairwoman Penny Hess's speech. And one of the ways that we can, one thing that we can be like Chairwoman Penny Hess, something that she did today that you can do today, which takes that stance beyond just talking and puts it into action. But Chairwoman Penny Hess went and donated to Black Power Blueprint and the African Independence Workforce Program. She went and donated to paid reparations to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. And you can do that today as well. You can go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday and help us reach our $10,000 goal. We only have $1,320 left to go at 10,000. We are so close to being there. So go ahead. No amount is too big or too small. And we can make this happen. So go ahead, go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday.
apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. If you're watching us on Facebook, if you're watching us on YouTube, go ahead and put in your contribution. We are $1,320 away. So I think what we're going to look at now is a presentation that was made on the second day of the Black is Back conference, also by the chairwoman of the African People's Solidarity Committee, Penny Hess. And this was a very important presentation that went into great depth, specifically on the subject of the complicity, and more than just the complicity, the active role played by white workers in the terror and oppression of African people, and in benefiting and profiting from the exploitation and violence against African people, and why the key question in the class struggle is in the anti-colonial struggle, and what that means for white people. What does that mean? If African people are colonized, then what are we? If we are the colonizer, what does it mean for us to become anti-colonialists? So Chairwoman Penny Hess answered those questions and more in this presentation that was given on day 2 of the Black is Back conference, Down with Colonialism, Black Power Matters, just a few weeks ago. So Allie, are we ready to show that video?
Yes, we are.
All right.
Go ahead and play it.
African People's Socialist Party, led by Chairman Omali Yeshitela. We just celebrated the 44th anniversary of the African People's Solidarity Committee founding. That the African People's Solidarity Committee was created by the African People's Socialist Party with the clear strategy to extend the African Revolution into the belly of the beast. And it was the first time ever that the colonized African working class or any colonial force around the world has put the colonizer under its leadership, which is the correct relationship that we must have if we are going to be part of an anti-imperialist struggle for this world, for the destruction of the U.S. capitalist system. And I, again, want to salute Chairman Omali Yeshitela for leading the African People's Solidarity Committee for 44 years. And everything that I understand and that I would say today or anytime is because of the leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the theory of African internationalism. I also want to salute Deputy Chair Onizane Yeshitela, under whose office and leadership we work in the African People's Solidarity Committee and the other profound leaders, Yejide Armila of the African National Women's Organization, Director Hile, leader of the Adjupop department of the party, and so many other incredible leaders of the party who are here today. And one of the first things that Chairman Omali Yeshitela explained to us at the founding conference of the African People's Solidarity Committee back in 1976 in St. Petersburg, Florida, is that capitalism was born of Europe's assault on Africa. That, as the chairman has said many times, Europeans, white people were poor, white people were oppressed under feudalism, and that Europe rescued itself by this assault on Africa that began 600 years ago and that has never stopped to this day. And it was the kidnapping of African human beings, turning them into commodities, the first commodities of capitalism, that created so much wealth, that created the Wall Street and the stock markets of Amsterdam and London and Paris and the United States, and created wealth coming into Europe for the first time that transformed the lives of white serfs and peasants in Europe into workers, because now Europe needed factories to build ships and to produce the cotton into fabric and linen and all of that in order to, they needed workers now. They didn't need peasants anymore. And this is what created the white working class. And the chairman has told us from the very beginning that the problem, the contradiction is colonialism, not racism, that we had all learned, that the problem is racism, and that the chairman has fought for this for the last 50 years, that the contradiction is colonialism. And I wanted to say that the thing that the chairman has made us understand and has written extensively in his books is, as he says, first of all, that African people are not a race. African people are a nation of people forcibly dispersed around the world through the assault on Africa and the building of capitalism, and that all white people are the colonizer nation. Therefore, all white people sit on the pedestal of the oppression of African people, including the poorest, most degraded, impoverished white people among us. Yeah. And I was noting that there's a book written by W.E. Du Bois called Black Reconstruction in America. And he has a whole chapter on the white worker. And he notes he notes a couple of things. One, he notes that there were leftists, there were white leftists who knew Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels in Germany, who struggled in 1848, which was nearly a revolution in Europe at that time, when the Communist Manifesto was created, that, by the way, says workers of the world unites, but never mentions the enslavement of African people or the genocide that was going on. And we have to say 1848, that was the height of what they call the trade in African human beings. It was also when they were stealing the land of the indigenous people in California. It was also when Britain was imposing opium onto the people of China and they were fighting. I mean, this is not mentioned in the Communist Manifesto. It's talking about the workers of the world unite. And some of these people came to the United States, and a lot of them came to St. Louis, by the way. And that's a whole other thing that we could talk about. But they knew Marx. They considered themselves communists. They had a communist office in downtown St. Louis, and they hated and attacked African people, and they participated in the theft of the land and the genocide of the indigenous people. These were the Marxists. And he also notes, W.B. Du Bois also notes that at the time of the opening of the Civil War, that there were 5 million white people in the South who were poor. Nobody ever talks about that, and that's a big percentage from the population at that time, that there were 5 million white people who were poor. And when he quotes people who wrote about them, saying they slept on the floor, they had no clothes, they had no food, they had nothing, they had absolutely nothing. But he notes that they never stood with African people ever. No matter how poor and degraded they were, they would prefer, and he can't, by the way, W.B. Du Bois can't analyze it, he's just making that point. Chairman O'Malley Shatella could analyze it. That is colonialism, where the colonized nation, and it's been noted by many an anti-colonial writer like Fanon, Aimé Césaire. Why do the poorest of the colonized not unite with the Algerian people or unite, they can never analyze it. The chairman can analyze it because it is colonialism inside the borders of the United States. And you cannot find any place in the history of this country where white workers ever stood in solidarity as a class, not really, but as a conscious force in solidarity with the liberation of African people. And there's some writers that say, well, there was once a strike for the 8-hour day and some Africans were part of that, and that went on for 5 days. What? Because an African would be joining to try to get a job where you would have 13 hours a day to work. I mean, the betrayal, and that it was, it's white workers who carried out the lynchings, who carried out the terror, who carried out the mutilation and the just open terrorism against African people in this country, white workers, and white women were at the front of that. White women were at the front of that. If you look at any picture of a lynching, a terror against African people that white people voluntarily carried out in the interest of the colonial state, white women are in the front of it. White women knew that they could carry out or impose a death sentence on any African man by saying that he looked at her in any kind of way. That's all it took. That's what happened with Emmett Till. That's what happened in Tulsa. And that's what happened in the majority of the so-called lynchings. They were instigated by white women. And that that white women too were trained. There's a book called They Were Her Property. White women owners of African people. And she talks about, the African woman who wrote that talks about the fact that little girls, little white girls, had the power of life and death over Africans, not just the owners of enslaved human beings, but if a white little girl this high saw an African walking down the street, she could have him jailed, and that, or her. And that is the power of the colonial state, of the colonial state. And that, you know, that we talk about the LGBTQ, that it's also, its opportunities, every level of oppression of the white society has stood to get our rights at the expense, on the backs of, on the necks of the African working class and African population in this country and around the world. And that what has been some of the main campaigns of LGBTQ, to become the police, to become the Marines, to carry out the state violence against the oppressed African people in this country and the oppressed and colonized peoples of the world. And to say that is racism, that is racism, the ideas in the heads of white people, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. And we can go on about the crimes that white people, and the chairman makes the point that the state, the colonial state and the white population are one thing. They are one thing. That's why no white person in 100 years of this terror called lynchings ever was arrested, tried, or went to jail for that, because that was the right of the Dred Scott decision said it, and it's still in practice, and that it was the African Revolution of the 1960s that forced the US state to not allow openly white citizens to carry out the violence against African people, that it would all be in the states. And that's when we see the deepening of the police department to carry out what white regular people do. But we know that what the Proud Boys and all these people, the Trumpites, that's what they're fighting for, to go back to what it used to be. And the role of white civilians in the genocide against the indigenous people, from what I have read, that 80% of the genocide is carried out by regular white people, not the US cavalry, not the US government, regular white people, settler colonizers. It is not racism. And so one of the things that I want to say, and there's so much more that we certainly could say, because if we looked at all of the crimes of colonialism and imperialism that could not happen without the participation and the unity of white workers and the majority of the white population against African people and indigenous people, if we just look at the whole terror of ripping Africans out of Africa, putting them on what's called the Middle Passage, the door of no return, and working African people to death within 7 years, generally within the Americas, and what white workers have done and continue to do, we could fill volumes. And then if we look at everything that white people have done in Africa, King Leopold and Cecil Rhodes, and the genocide and the cutting off of hands and the rape in Kenya of breaking glass and shoving up the vaginas of African women, and all of just the terror. And we look at the depth of what white people carried out in this country against indigenous people, and the murder and the slaughter and the cutting off indigenous women's vaginas and turning them into hatbands, and just this violence that the world didn't even know what this was or what had happened, then we're supposed to come in this country and say that the problem is racism. It is racism, the ideas in white people's heads, and it's saying that the solution doesn't fit the crime. It doesn't fit the crime. You're talking about the greatest crime against humanity ever in the history of the world. And it's supposed to be solved by white people taking a class to unlearn some ideas, not accountable. And as the chairman says, calling on Africans to come, come forgive us. And I just wanted to say one thing. And imperialist jurisprudence, which is imperialist law, which is about upholding the stolen resources and the colonial state, says that when an offender breaks the law, justice requires that they suffer in return, and that the response to a crime is proportional to the offense, and that to begin to say what that crime is colonialism. It is the state. It is white people carrying out the violence of the state. That is what we have done. That is what we do now. And that is why the only solution is the liberation of African people, the African People's Socialist Party, the organized African working class that is building to govern, building to seize Africa and all its resources, and to use white people as a flank of the African revolution inside the belly of the beast to return the stolen resources in the form of reparations, which is in the form of the redistribution of the wealth of the world into the hands of the true producers. And that's why we say unity through reparations.
Real unity through reparations. Chairwoman Penny Hess speaking at Black is Back just a few weeks ago. Incredibly powerful presentation. And Ali, I think we have another DJ set we're going to be taking a look at. But did we want to talk a little bit about what we are raising money for tonight before we do that?
Yes, that's exactly what we want to do. So before we hop into our next cultural performance, let's take a look at this incredible video that was made by, hold on. Okay, 1 second. I can tell you only. Okay, so we're going to be showing this incredible Giving Tuesday video that was directed and edited by Cammie Thomas. It was produced by Aaron and Allie Ablin. It was the St. Louis production was Bailey Sinclair, original music by Brandon Mad Keys, and B camera operator was Ethan. So salute to that incredible team. I'm going to show you a video of the Black Power Blueprint, and when you donate today at apedf.org/Giving Tuesday, what those resources are going to.
All right.
My name is Abdullah Alexander. I'm 59 years old, and I'm now living in St. Louis, Missouri. This is a place that I love. I've been here now for 3 years and working for the Black Power Blueprint.
After we purchased the building, we just went right into renovation mode. There were 2 stores down the street that, had no food. It was like a food desert, no economic development or job opportunities within the community. And the community, I felt, was demoralized. 3 years later, we have acquired all these different properties and also programs within the African community. The Black Power Blueprint organically just grew out of the process of APDF coming into St. Louis and finding the Uhuru House.
The community is just glad that we got these dilapidated buildings taken down and that we are bringing economics to the community. And that's the bottom line. We have to revitalize this community economically.
My name is Kay, Chris. Most people in the neighborhood just call me Kay. And I work at Young Auto. And we've been in the neighborhood since 1977. There's not a lot of decent halls. So those type of things give more action to just the words.
That red, black, and green flag unites us all, regardless of what ward you're from, what set you claim, what block you from. We all see that flag and we see that we're united. We understand that we are one people.
Uhuru. That's the Black Power Blueprint right there. That's what it's all about. And we are only $1,320 away from raising our goal for this telethon of $10,000. And you can contribute towards that goal by going to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. Uhuru Alley. All right, so we're going to show a PowerPoint real quick.
Yeah, let's tell people what they can get when they contribute to the Black Power Blueprint.
I can show you, actually. I got one right here.
Oh, look at that.
So this is what will be sent to everybody. It's the sticker. Really cool. It's portrays exactly where the money is going to the construction of a new world that's happening right there in St. Louis. And it says, support the Black Power Blueprint, revitalizing North St. Louis by and for the African community. So you get one of these stickers, you donate any amount. If you want to donate 1,320, or if you want to donate 20 to get us up to a nice 8,700, because that 8,680 is really annoying looking. A nice 8,700. That's a nice number right there. So you can donate $20. You will get one of these beautiful stickers.
And if you donate $250 or more, you will get this beautiful Black Power Blueprint tote bag.
Nice.
Great for organizing.
Yes.
Great for carrying things around. Black Power Blueprint tote bag.
Yes.
$250 or more.
Love it.
You can actually, 4 of these books are still available. So if you donate, you will also receive one of these beautiful books by
we just got a pledge of $20 from Len Demmer. Uhuru. Woo! That's what I'm talking about right there. Thank you for ridding me of the irritation of having to look at the number 8,680. We are now at 8,700. 1,300 more to go. Thank you, Len. And Len has played an amazing role. I just want to shout out this comrade. Can we count the ways that Len has contributed to this telethon, presenting, calculating?
I don't have enough fingers.
hitching. Right. I really appreciate this, comrade. It's been a great, just a great stand that Len has taken and continues to take. And look at those books. Let's go back a little bit. Whoops.
Wrong way.
Blankets. Okay. So these books. So this bookstore here in St. Petersburg donated these books, and these are like nice hardcovers. Okay, these are like books that'll run you $30 to $40 if you try to buy them off the shelf. So these are some nice books here. We got a cookbook, an African cookbook, some interesting novels, The Recipe for Revolution, interesting titles. So and then a book of paintings, some really interesting stuff here. So if you donate, what is it, $250 or more, you get to take your pick. And so far, there's 3 people in line. 3 people have done that. So you should get in line, and you can become one of the people who gets to choose one of these books as your give back for contributing towards the reparations telethon goal for the Black Power Blueprint.
Uhuru. Those books are great. All right, look at that. Look at that. That is reparations being put to work. When you pay reparations, these are the results. Look at this beautiful apartment that's being renovated. And Len just got a set of blankets.
Nice.
This slide is not accurate. We do not have 0 of 4 fulfilled. We have more than 0, but we definitely still need 1. So, you know, Len just got blankets for the last apartment. You can take a stand and also get blankets. You can get a dresser.
For the
a dresser for for the fourplex. So this is all, we are not selling these dressers for $99. This is for the fourplex, donating to the last apartment. You can pay $99 to furnish a dresser in the last apartment. Help us reach our $10,000 goal. See what else we got. A nightstand, $39. You can put in that $39 for a beautiful nightstand for the apartment. Bedside lamps, $34.99. Just call it what it is. $35 for a bedside lamp. And blankets, $19. So we are calling to go ahead and contribute and pay reparations today. And Jesse, where can you remind me? I think I might have forgotten where people go to donate.
Oh, I'd be happy to remind you. You go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday, because Giving Tuesday is a global day of giving for nonprofits. Billions of dollars are raised on Giving Tuesday, and the vast majority of it goes towards charity programs that really do nothing but make the people donating feel a little bit better about themselves. And that's not what this is about. This is about giving back what has been stolen from African people, returning the stolen wealth, repairing the damage, making true transformational systemic change through funding Black economic development in the hands of the Black working class. So go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. And the goal, Ali, the goal was to raise 10,000 because each apartment costs roughly 2,500. And we were able to raise, thanks to the incredible contributions and the presence of people like Chairman Amali Chatela, Deputy Chair Onizanea Chatela, Chairwoman Penny Hess, Zan Lile, Dr. Aisha Fields, ANWO President Yejide Orun Mila, Cam Howard, Ralph Pointer, Betty Davis, Director Akile Anai. Man, we had Undersecretary General Benjamin Prado. Man, we had quite a program for the past 13, 14, 15 hours that we've been on the air. It was an incredibly dynamic program, and it is not yet over. So thanks to all of those comrades who participated, and thanks to all of you, we were able to go ahead and say 1, 2, 3 apartments are going to be furnished. They're going to be renovated. They're going to be outfitted. They're going to be ready to go because of this telethon. And that is so exciting. That is such a victory. But there's one left to go. It's a 4-plex. So we've gotten 3 and there is 1 more to go. And we're over halfway towards raising it. We're so close. Let's make it happen. $1,300 on the, on the dot is what we have to raise now. $1,300. And we have 3.5 hours to make it happen. So let's do it. Share, share, share. Let's get the word about this and tell everyone you know, apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. Let's bring in the last 1,300 for the 4th apartment in the 4-plex for the African Independence Workforce Program of the Black Power Blueprint. Uhuru.
Uhuru. All right. So are we ready to bring on our next guest, Jesse?
I think we're ready. Is that the DJ set?
Yes, it is. All right. So, okay. So, next, I really want to thank Worker for.
Hold the phones.
Oh my goodness.
Mara Ratu is apparently a night owl and is still with us. And shout out to Mara. Mara is putting in an additional $50. Uhuru, Mara.
Oh, let's go. Let's go. Uhuru, thank you, Mara.
Thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed. Peace.
So that was Lurker. Uhuru, Jamie, and Allie.
Uhuru. Looks like we got 3 comrades on for this appeal. Let's make it happen.
Uhuru, Ali, Uhuru, KC, that was fantastic.
And order takeout fees. But before
Uhuru. Well, I really just want to salute and appreciate Lurker for being on this 24-hour telethon with us. We are still going. This has just been an incredible day of events. We've got 3.5 hours. We only have 3.5 hours left to go. We've been going for like 21 hours, and boy, have we had an incredible series of guests. And I just really want to appreciate Lurker for being one of them. So today we are raising resources for the African Independence Workforce Program, housing, the fourplex apartment housing. And we have a goal of raising $10,000 today. And comrades, let me tell you, we are not that far away. All we have left to raise is $1,250. That's it. $1,250 towards the African Independence Workforce Program housing, the fourplex apartments, the Black Power Blueprint. And this whole Giving Tuesday telethon has been a fundraiser for the Black Power Blueprint. And the way that you can donate today is by going to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. It's A as in African, P as in peoples, E as in education, D as in defense, F as in fund, .org/Giving Tuesday. So that's where you can go to donate. And I want to turn it over to KC to ask KC, why are you contributing to the Black Power Blueprint today? Why is this project so important to you?
Uhuru, yeah. I donate because I see where it goes and that it's going to something useful. It goes right back into the community. It's not just about benefiting one individual, but the Black Power Blueprint's about uplifting the whole community with their full participation and leadership. It's about more than just transforming these abandoned buildings that are in St. Louis to provide a place for the community to use, including for housing, like for the African Independence Workforce Program that we're fundraising for today. But it's also about transforming the people, like Leon was saying at the very beginning of our telethon. He's a contractor that's been hired by APEDF, and he was talking about how, working with the Uhuru movement, he has been able to hire more of the young, African and Indigenous men in this community that are able to get on the payroll and bring in resources for their families. So, like I was saying earlier, there's an impact to this project that we don't even see, on the Black Power Blueprint social media, of the buildings being demolished and the garden being grown. There's, whole families that are able to have food on the table because of what this is providing. And it's the community doing for themselves. This isn't the government doing it. In fact, the community has to do this because the government won't. And this is, that points to the fact that the whole social system we have denies the Black community their self-determination, but instead in its place does not give the Black community what it needs, just starves and exploits. So this whole system's backwards, and the Black Power Blueprint's turning it right side up. So I just, really think that this is important because it's taking on the issues of mass incarceration, police brutality, every single contradiction that brought people to the streets after the murder of George Floyd. If you protested, if you were opposed to any of the police murders, this project is actually fighting back against it in a concrete way, not just reform or, little consolation prizes, but going after the whole thing. So I donate to the Black Power Blueprint because I see it as transforming the entire world. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Wow, what a statement, Casey. I fully unite, comrade. That was I really, really unite with that. There's stuff
I'm just happy that it made sense.
Yeah. What time is it? Yeah, that was brilliant. So I want to show all of you a video of I want to show you all a short video of the Black Power Blueprint and why you should donate this Giving Tuesday.
Community I felt was demoralized. 3 years later, we have acquired all these different properties and also programs within the African community.
And we are bringing economics to the community. And that's the bottom line. We have to revitalize this community economically.
That red, black, and green flag unites us all, regardless of what ward you're from. We understand that we are one people.
Amazing video.
That was an amazing video. And I wanna let people know that when you contribute to Black Power Blueprint today, let's see what I got.
Oops. Someone caught me yawning on screen.
When you contribute to the Black Power Blueprint today, you can get one of these amazing stickers. Look at how beautiful these stickers are. And you can also get, if you donate $250, you could get a Black Power Blueprint tote bag. Look how nice that is. You can get one of these books. If you donate $250, we've got 4 books left. That's it, 4 books. So donate right now, $250 at apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. And you can get one of these books. And we don't have any more paintings left. But Jamie, do you want to tell us about some of the items that people could get? That would help furnish.
Yeah. For this last apartment, right? You can get curtain rods, $18 per unit. You can get a desk lamp, $29. You can get a curtain set, $36. You can provide a beautiful brand new curtain set for this apartment for someone working at the Black Power Blueprint coming out of the colonial prisons, like you'd want for a new home for yourself at apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. So come on and step up and get one of these couches. That's $350. You can provide a brand new beautiful couch for this apartment unit at apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. So that's another specific item that you can make happen for the Black Power Blueprint for the African Independence Workforce Program. And when you do that, I love how specific all this stuff is, how we can break it down and you can contribute specifically to these items, and you know exactly what it's going to. I mean, how often can you say that about a lot of these nonprofits and so-called charities that you contribute to? You just give a general amount, and you're oftentimes providing for somebody's salary, and you don't really see where that goes. You see exactly where it goes with the Black Power Blueprint Project. You know that what every single dollar is going to, and you get these incredible thank you gifts, and you know, you can say that you were part of this revolutionary project that's really overturning centuries of oppression, and uplifting an entire community. And you can see the people that are involved with it, you know, that we've talked to today, like Comrade Leon at Paradigm Builders. So I think it's just fantastic. And where are we at right now, Allie? Can you give us an update of?
I can give us an update. So we have furnished. Oh, we have another esteemed guest with us. Comrade Chair of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, Jesse Neville. Uhuru, Jesse.
Uhuru, comrades.
Uhuru. I was just giving an update on where we're at in fundraising. So there are 4 apartment complexes, right? We have furnished 3 of them. 3 of them checked off the boxes. We're working on the 4th. We're over halfway there. We only have $1,250 left to raise of our $10,000 goal. That means that we have raised $8,000 and something dollars.
And did you say something about if you donate 250, something happens, you get something, a tote bag?
Yeah, yes. Tote bag.
So if 5 people went ahead and did $250 each,
oh my goodness,
we'd make our goal. And each and every one of you would go home with a Black Power Blueprint tote bag. And there are way more than 5 people watching this right now, believe it or not. So thank you. Thank you to everybody who is tuned in. Our numbers are actually going up right now. I'm not even joking.
Wow.
So I want to appreciate everybody who's tuning in. You're tuning into the Reparations Telethon. We have been at this since 8 a.m. Eastern yesterday. This is Jesse Neville with the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, and we are talking about raising just $1,250 more for Giving Tuesday for the Black Power Blueprint, apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. Uhuru.
Uhuru, shout out to Deputy Chair Onazeneya Shatella, who was on at least 3 minutes ago and said, Uhuru, comrades.
Uhuru, Deputy Chair.
Wow,
awesome.
Right on. So it's what time is it in St. Louis, Casey? Is it 3:43 in the morning?
Late. It's too early. It's 3:43.
It's 4:43 here. I mean, these are the hours that nobody really wants to see, right? You don't want to be awake.
Everybody wants to see, Jamie.
But I'm saying that if you give now, like it's all the more revolutionary, in my opinion, in this last home stretch, right? You got up at 3:30, 4:30, 2:30, wherever you are in you know, these are the wee hours. That's quite a stand to contribute to this last $1,200. Is that right, Allie?
$1,250.
$1,250. Yep. Okay.
We need 5 people to contribute $250.
So be one of those stalwart people that contributed at, you know, in the wee hours of the morning to the Black Power Blueprint Project, to this heroic nonprofit that's doing such incredible work that deserves to be funded so much. I mean, this is for people coming out of a colonial hell, right? In these prison systems, that deserves the same kind of new furbished apartment and living space that we take for granted in the white community. If this were one of our apartments, we would definitely want the same. And that's what I appreciate about the African People's Socialist Party, the APEDF, the African People's Education and Defense Fund, and the Black Power Blueprint is that commitment to excellence. Nothing less than the absolute best for the African working class. And we know that if you're up at 4:45, 3:45 in the morning, it's because you too want the best for the African working class. So make that a reality right now. Help us chip away at that last puny goal of $1,250 and go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. Now it's on into what? Giving Wednesday, right?
Exactly. All right. Well, how do people feel about moving into our next segment? We've got a pretty incredible segment on, and we have two people who have been in St. Pete for a little while, and our next video is going to be on the Battle of St. Pete. And I don't know if Jamie or Jesse want to just give a brief intro before we hop into this video. But
I'll let Jamie do that. I just want to say I appreciate
before we hop into this video.
Uhuru, comrades.
I'll let
Uhuru, Deputy Chair.
Uhuru.
I couldn't put the camera on me because
Deputy Chair.
I just want to say I couldn't put the camera on me because no,
Deputy Chair.
let's see, I get a lot of feedback. I just want to say I couldn't put the camera on me because no.
Maybe because you're on Facebook. Are you on?
I just want to say I couldn't put the camera on me. Should I come back in?
Maybe because you're on Facebook. Are you on?
No, I'm on the link that you sent me. Back in?
Maybe because you're on Facebook. Are you on?
No, I'm on the link that you sent me. Back in? I'm not on Facebook. No, I'm on the link that you sent me. Should I come back in? Try to come back in? I'm not on Facebook. No, I'm on the link that you sent me.
I don't know what is going on right now. We're getting some kind of weird.
Yeah,
feedback.
let me come back in.
Okay. All right. We'll see you in a minute, Deputy Chair. I don't know what is going on right now.
I think maybe yeah, I don't know.
Well, hopefully that will work. That would be a pleasant surprise.
Wow, 4:48 a.m.
Well, hopefully Deputy Chair will come back on. Jesse, did you want to say something before I tee up this video, the Battle of St. Pete? Oh, it looks like Deputy Chair.
I wanted to say, Uhuru, Deputy Chair, welcome back.
Jesse, did you want to say something before I tee up this video, the Battle of St. Pete? Oh, it looks like Deputy Chair.
I wanted to say, Uhuru, Deputy Chair, welcome back.
Uhuru.
Jesse, did you want to say something before I tee up this video, the Battle of St. Pete? Oh, it looks like Deputy Chair.
I wanted to say, Uhuru, Deputy Chair, welcome back.
Jesse, did you want to say something?
Deputy Chair, I'm really sorry. I don't know what's going on.
I don't know. It's just me. It's just when I came in, it started.
Deputy Chair, I'm really sorry. I don't know what's going on.
I'm gonna get out of it. I don't know. It's just me. It's just when I came in, it started. All right. I'm gonna get out of it. It's just me. It's just when I came in.
It's like an endless loop.
Can I
You got
take?
trapped in the time warp.
Yeah.
It's like an endless loop.
Can I
You got trapped in the time warp.
Yeah.
We should just all stop talking. Like an endless loop.
Can I take?
Trapped in the time warp.
Yeah.
We should just all stop talking. Like an endless loop.
we should don't stop talking.
Well, that is unfortunate. Yeah, technical difficulties are a real thing. So hopefully we'll get that sorted out, and Deputy Chair will join us again. So I think it's a great time probably to just go ahead and say that this next video is really significant to the history of the Uhuru movement and the Black-led struggle for self-determination. So we're going to go now to St. Petersburg, Florida, 1996, and a film called The Battle of St. Pete.
Okay. Yeah, all right. Uhuru, all right.
Wait, we got Deputy Chair.
Apologize for the technical difficulties, but we're very honored and surprised, pleasantly surprised to be joined here at 4:50 a.m. by Deputy Chair Onozene Shatella. Oh, maybe, I think you might just have to turn down the volume on your computer or something, because I can still hear it.
You know what? I think I figured it out.
Oh, okay.
I think I know why it was there, because I was on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
I was listening to you before I went back to my email.
Okay.
And I clicked on the link. So when I just came up to get the phone, I want to say that, I'm just really, really proud of you guys. I mean, this telethon has been amazing. I mean, I looked up, the chairman and I was up to about 12:30, and we went to sleep after that. And I was like, I didn't want to turn it off. He's like, you got to turn the TV on. I got to get up in the morning. I got a Wednesday live. So, I slept for a few hours, but it's been amazing. And you guys have done a tremendous job in making this happen. I know we're live, so I was wondering, maybe we could up the ante on the gifts. And I do have a beautiful, beautiful African Ghana bag that I got from women in Ghana that maybe we can give away as a gift. If somebody donated $250. I know Santos art sold out.
Yes.
So maybe we need to up the ante, with a hoodie from USM or something. I don't know. We need to up the ante on our gifts, final stretch, and Jesse, I can send you a picture. I can take a picture of the, or I can just leave it in the mailbox and you can come get it. You know what I mean? Beautiful, and it was made for women in Ghana. As a gift for anybody donating $250.
That would be awesome. Thank you so much, Deputy Chair.
Yeah.
Sure, either one.
We're almost there.
You could send me a picture or whichever is better for you.
Okay, I'll send a picture and let's up the ante.
All right, well, we just want to thank you, Deputy Chair. It was such an honor to have you and the chairman on. That was definitely a major highlight, and just your leadership has been threaded throughout this entire process and the Black Power Blueprint.
I haven't done nothing. Oh, I haven't done. I mean, it's the people.
Yes,
it's the people, and it's you guys who really make the work happen. And you can't deny that. And I appreciate you saying that about me, but I always believe in the collective. Always believe in the collective. No one can do it without each other,
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
Absolutely.
I see KC, what happened to KC,
KC, yeah. She's still on. She might have turned her camera off for a second, but she's still there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And Ali, thank you so much. And Jesse and Jamie, every time I see you, Jamie, it's like this look, what I mean? It's like this actor's look, what I mean? You just look so good. I I just appreciate everybody and the work that you do. And this has been a tremendous, tremendous telethon. I mean, what organization is doing this?
Yes.
Who can have a telethon and have so many things that has happened, you know, in their organization and bring on such tremendous guests? You know, the guests that we had on, it's just been phenomenal, you know.
Absolutely.
I'm going to take a picture and I'll send it to you, Jesse, in a few minutes.
Okay. Thank you so much, Deputy Chair. Uhuru.
And I'm tuning in. I'm still tuning in.
All right. Uhuru, thank you so much.
All right, comrade.
Uhuru, Deputy Chair.
Thank you.
Uhuru. Wow, so that is exciting. And now we got to make this goal, comrades. We're getting a special give back donated unexpectedly at 5 a.m. by Deputy Chair Onizane Shatella, a beautiful bag from Ghana. Come on now, somebody's got to go ahead and put in that $250, get us closer to our goal. We had these beautiful paintings that Santosh made. We ran out because we were able to raise so much money, but now this is a special gift that is coming straight from the Deputy Chair of the African People's Socialist Party. So talk about upping the ante. Let's bring in these resources. aped.org/Giving Tuesday. Let's do it. $1,250 left to go to meet our goal of $10,000. And this is $10,000 that is not going to languish in some bank account for, you know, years on end or whatever. This is $10,000 that's immediately going to be translated into concrete, tangible results on the ground. We interviewed somebody yesterday who was on their way to the fourplex. That's how live and real and here and now this project is. It is current. It is happening right now. The resources are needed right now. The conditions are deepening right now, and the project is emerging right now. So we must send these reparations over. This is how we can be part of changing the world. apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. And just a few minutes from now, I'm going to be able to show you all a new give back courtesy of our very own Deputy Chair Onizane Shatella for anybody that puts in $250 or more. Uhuru.
Uhuru, Jesse. Yeah, be someone that gets that incredible gift from Ghana, from the continent. You know, this if you were confused about what movement this is the African Liberation Movement. And you know, whether you can do $25 or $250 and win that bag as a gift, you're part of this movement. When you contribute, you're part of this collective action that Deputy Chair Onizane Shatella was talking about. And it's just a beautiful thing. This is a beautiful gift, whether it's the bag from Ghana, whether it's a sticker of the Black Power blueprint, or just knowing that you're part of this incredible project. You know, be part of this solution, be part of this legacy of reparations and solidarity with the Black working class. So Ali, Jesse, are we going to go on to another section now, or should we go ahead to the Battle of St. Petersburg?
Well, we got
Uhuru, comrades.
Uhuru, Chairwoman Penny.
Uhuru. Kind of dozed off there for a while, but Uhuru. So how's it going? Where are we? Where are we at? Have we raised resources in the middle of the night?
We raised a little bit. We're at 8,750.
Oh my goodness.
Getting closer. We did have some late night contributors, which was awesome.
Great.
And we just got a surprise phone call from Deputy Chair Onizane Shatella.
I heard that. For some reason, I woke up at the same time.
Yeah, he's going to be sending us.
Wow, this is fantastic. How exciting.
Yes.
So we just need, what, 1,300 more?
1,250.
1,250. Oh my goodness. Gotta do it. This is great, though. It's really, you all are amazing. Truly amazing.
It's an amazing telethon.
We just watched 2 amazing presentations by you. That was really powerful from Black is Back. We've had a great program tonight. We've had some really excellent cultural programming, some DJs, DJ Reparations,
wow,
as well as performers from St. Louis. And it's been an incredible night, and it was an incredible day yesterday. And we're 3 hours away now. 3 hours away from our conclusion. So we're at the 21-hour mark right now. It's 5 a.m. Eastern.
Oh my gosh, it's very exciting.
Yes.
Really great work. It just has reverberated around the world, that the whole stand of reparations. This has been just incredible. Really, the program was excellent. You all are, it's just really, really exciting. And it was really well prepared. It's very exciting. So what's on the program? We're getting ready to show Battle of St. Pete.
That's right. I think Jamie was about to intro that for us.
Yeah, thanks for joining us, Chairwoman Penny. You know, I was just I'll just say I was so honored to be on this telethon today, and you know, talking to Director Akile Anayi.
Yes, I saw that. I saw that. That was brilliant.
It's such an honor to be able to talk to these revolutionary African leaders, you know, the leadership of the African liberation movement worldwide. And you know, she was Director Akile was born just a couple days before the young man Tyrone Lewis in this video was gunned down, cut down in the prime of his life. And I'll never forget, I was in college, I was at Florida State University when I heard about this, and it really ripped open my little white world, that this 18-year-old young man could be just pulled over broad daylight, and just, you know, the cops would act like judge, jury, and executioner in front of some 40 witnesses in my hometown. Really destroyed any sense of you know, complacency and peace in the white world, and as it should. And it was only the Uhuru movement that had any kind of sane response to this outrage. So we're gonna watch now this incredible video, the Battle of St. Pete, that tells that tale. So stay tuned, and here is the Battle of St. Pete. Uhuru.
And in the meantime, go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday.
Yes.
12:50 to go. Uhuru.
On October 24th, 1996, the police shot, killed hero Tyrone Lewis, an African man they had pulled over on a traffic stop. Young Tyrone was executed in broad daylight in front of over 100 witnesses just 3 blocks from the Uhuru house.
He was young, he was black, and he was shot for no reason, dog. And that's real. If the man was shot for no reason, we wouldn't be doing all this today. How you think my mom looking at the news now? It could have been me, you know? It could have been me. How you think my mom? I know my mom feel every day that I'm going to get shot or something, you know?
Because of the Uhuru movement's 30-year history of organizing for black rights in St. Petersburg and throughout the country, we were able to provide political leadership and a voice for the demands of the African working class of St. Petersburg, enabling the community to respond powerfully to the police murder of Tyrone Lewis through 2 major rebellions and countless direct action mobilizations. Within 1 year of the initial rebellion, the Uhuru movement has forced both the city government and the federal government to respond to the African community's demand for economic development and social justice and taken the struggle for black power to a new level. We in the Uhuru movement believe that this struggle in St. Petersburg is indicative of a growing resistance in African communities throughout this country. We hope that this program will be of value to organizers working to promote black power for the African community.
They murdered Tyrone Lewis. It was supposed to be just another day at Africa. That's what it was supposed to be. The state's response to the murder and to the immediate resistance that emerged was typical. But you need to know that the resistance was not typical. What happened in St. Petersburg was incredible for its advanced character. The advanced character of the resistance in St. Petersburg was striking. People all around the country, even with the garbage that was coming to the Chicago Sun-Times. And somebody who wrote that article, somebody showed it to me when I got here, somebody who wrote the article in the Chicago Sun-Times just went into a room someplace and said, why don't we say this? And then wrote something and said, why don't we say, and wrote something because it had no relationship to the real world. But the thing is that people, even through the bourgeois media, were able to see the advanced character of the struggle that happened in St. Petersburg, Florida. And it was advanced because even though there were waves of people in the streets, the thing that was so striking about St. Petersburg wasn't just burning and looting, so to speak, but there were what they like to refer to in this country when they're murdering people in Iraq and other places is there were surgical strikes that saw police precincts, 2 police precincts in the African community destroyed. That saw police cars burned on the spot. Saw media vehicles burned on the spot. Saw blood-sucking, filthy, parasitic merchants. Many of them been in the community for 20, 30, 40, 50 years. Only role they play in the community is come there to pick up money. And as soon as they get it, they stay there long enough to exhaust the supply of money for the day. Then they take the money and leave and come back the next day to get the money. And while people may have thought the masses were sleeping and didn't understand the role of these forces, they did clearly understand their role. And they went to burn to the ground. And it happened so quickly that the ruling class were writing about how that happened and how somebody must have planned it. And somebody must have made it happen like that. And of course, what happened is that the Uhuru movement, in one form or another, has been in St. Petersburg, Florida for 30 years. An unbroken history, 30 years in that same community, an unbroken history. And it has been 30 years of political education, sometimes less effective than others, because the last thing I would want to do is paper over the contradictions in our movement, because there are contradictions which permeate our movement in St. Petersburg and throughout the country. But in St. Petersburg, there was consistent struggle to reach out to the masses. So the people rose up and made a magnificent response to the murder of Tyrone Lewis. The response of the state to
to the murder of Teron Lewis was never to reprimand the police. There was no intent ever to say the police might have done something wrong, or to say that there are any kind of underlying social contradictions which may have also contributed to the rebellion that occurred on October 24th. The response of the state, of the government, with the help of the ruling class media, was first to slander Teron Lewis, because you know he did have a criminal record. And he was beaten. And there was some crack we found in the car after he was killed. So that was the first thing they did. Secondly, the response was to isolate and criminalize the Uhuru movement for inciting the rebellion. Never, never, never did they intend to say, well, maybe the police acted improperly. Maybe there are some kind of underlying social contradictions here responsible for the rebellion. Their response was to slander that brother, to isolate and criminalize our movement, and then to indict us, to send us to prison. That was their response, immediately. But they were unsuccessful in doing that. They were unsuccessful because we pushed the democratic question successfully.
Justice! Now! What do we want? Justice! When we want it now! What do we want? Justice! When we want it now! No peace! No justice! No peace! No peace! No peace! No peace! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! No peace! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! This morning with my mind, oh, freedom,
We're here to say that we're uniting, demanding justice, and when do we want justice?
Right now.
Now.
Right.
We want the release of our brothers out of those jails. We definitely want the military to move, and that's what it is. It's the military.
That's right.
We want them out of here now.
That's
We
right.
want justice.
That's right.
Thank
That's
you.
right.
We found unanimously that both officers, James Knight and Sandra Mana, are guilty of murder. We found, we weren't asked to do this, but we felt it was a part of our responsibility, that both officers, James Knight and Sandra Mana, are sentenced to death in the state electric chair. We also found that both Mayor David Fisher and Chief Darrell Stevens are found guilty of murder in that the city's official policy was carried out as an execution on behalf of the city.
I was here in Oakland when the rebellion first took place on October 24th after the murder of Teron Lewis. I didn't get back until October 27th. And when I got back on October 27th, all I could see were these news reports on television with Soul Groupway standing on top of a car on October 24th in the middle of this crowd of people and being identified as the Uhuru movement responsible for inciting what they characterized as the riot. And everything that was being said by the media and officials pointed clearly to the fact that they intended to indict and arrest members of the Uhuru movement. So much so that the state's attorney
who had the responsibility for looking into the shooting of Teron Lewis that sparked the rebellion, said that not that he was trying to find out if there was anything he could indict the cops who killed Lewis for, but that he was investigating the Uhuru movement. And if there was anything that he could indict us for, he was going to indict us for. This is what he said. We built a coalition coming out of that struggle in the process of making that struggle in St. Petersburg. This coalition was essentially one of the party as representative of the African working class and various sectors of the African primitive petty bourgeoisie or middle class. And it was this political work that prevented them from being able to kill us or to indict and imprison us on the spot. It was a coalition that came about because the African petty bourgeoisie, after every incident such as the rebellion, wanted to rush down town and ask the ruling class and the government for money for their little social programs. And they like to say, boss, if you give us this money, we can keep the angry masses from rising up again. But they had a problem this time, because the government had already said it was the Uhuru movement that made the people, angry masses, rise up. So how can you promise to keep the angry masses from rising up? In order to be able to make a statement to the government, they had to make an agreement with the Uhuru movement. And our agreement was, we'll back up your demand for money and resources, although we want to give shape and definition to what that should look like. But you got to unite with us that the police who murdered Teron Lewis must be prosecuted, that the family of Teron Lewis must be paid reparations for his death, that everybody who was arrested by the government during the rebellion must be freed, and that hands off the Uhuru movement. That's the demand you got to make. And so we won that with them. And as a consequence of winning that, what it meant was now for the government to come to get us, they had to come through the preachers and other sectors of the African petty bourgeoisie who they need to be on their side. And so that made it difficult for them to do. On November 13th, the police used 27 members of a special weapons police organization called a Green Team to arrest, pull over, right at our headquarters, a member of the Uhuru movement, they said, because he had an expired license plate. You know, you usually get a ticket for that, right? They used 27 members of a special weapons organization, 7 carloads, pull him over because of an expired license plate. I'm walking up at the time this is going on. They got the brother in the back seat of a car, handcuffed, searching his car and what have you. And when I walked up, the brother who was with me, they said, we want to put you in jail too. We got a warrant for your arrest. And by now, hundreds of African people are out on the streets because of the police activity. And November 13th was really important because that was the day that the grand jury that was supposedly investigating the shooting of Teron Lewis and whether the police had committed any crime when they did that, came back, as everybody expected, and exonerated the police. Said police didn't do nothing wrong in killing this brother on that day. So people were already upset about that. So now the police move on our building. Hundreds of people are now out on the streets.
watching this affair. This is when they rushed to get the brother, to arrest him, they pushed us back against the wall, pepper sprayed me in the face, pepper sprayed Sister Kinara Zima in the face, and arrested the brother. Hundreds of Africans died out on the streets, standing in front of the Uhuru House on both sides of the streets, just watching. The police carrying on, riding up and down in front of the Uhuru House, 5 in a car, guns sticking out of the doors, which are partially open and what have you, and the people just standing there watching them, right up and down, up and down. In the meantime, we had already been putting out leaflets announcing that at our regular 6:30 meeting, we were going to be talking about the verdict that came from the grand jury. At 6 o'clock, the police put up barricades on the streets on both sides of the Uhuru House, turned people around, told them they couldn't come to the meeting. Said, you come to the meeting, we're going to put you in jail or do something worse to you. That was at 6 o'clock. Hundreds of people out on the streets. The police now have begun using pepper spray to try to make people leave the area. Some of the people are running into the auditorium, getting away from the police using pepper spray. About 100 or so people were in the auditorium. Then I'm trying to calm the people down on the inside because of the police antics going on where hundreds of people are still outside. And the brother comes up to me and says, the police have said that over the bullhorn that this is an unlawful assembly and that we've got 5 minutes to get out of the building or they're going to shoot tear gas into the auditorium. They began spraying people at the door of the auditorium with pepper spray, so that they couldn't close the doors. 30 seconds later, after the announcement, they started shooting tear gas into the auditorium. What you got to understand is there were something like 300 policemen outside the building. They didn't just have the St. Petersburg Police Department, they had the Florida Highway Patrol, the Pinellas County Sheriff Department, and police from neighboring cities. 300 or more cops were outside our building. They used all the tear gas that they had in the city of St. Petersburg. They didn't have no more tear gas when they finished shooting tear gas on our building. They used helicopters, and they had a small plane, at least one small plane that they used against us. Tear gas comes into the building. There were babies in that building. There were children and women and men in the building, and people are screaming, the women trying to get to their children and take care of them, and trying to get out of the rear of the building. And when they would open the door to the rear, they run into a wall of tear gas because the cops have shot tear gas not only in the auditorium, but everywhere around the building. The people, they were shooting tear gas into a tree behind our building, and it set it afire, the canister set it afire, and threatened the vehicle, a van behind the building, and through that threatened the building itself. And the people in the community would run out and put the fire out, and the police would start the fire again. 3 times that happened. And the people would try to put the fire out. They actually tore a huge branch out of the tree and were dragging it across the street, and the police would shoot tear gas at them to chase them away so that our vehicles and our building could burn down. They were bad that night. 300 of them out there. And then the people rose up and met them with a fierce armed resistance. You understand? You know what I'm saying? Met them with a fierce armed resistance. It was a serious resistance, you understand? Because they intended, first, they failed in their attempt to isolate us politically, criminalize us, and shoot us off the prison. They failed. Then they tried to create a situation where they could provoke something that would allow them to attack us militarily. They were going to win it, get rid of us by a military attack. And when they attacked us militarily, they got their asses kicked by the people right there in the streets. I mean this. You have to understand what happened. It was serious. The people brought down a police helicopter with gunfire, brought it down. Forced it down with gunshot. They wounded one cop, shot one cop. And the transcript of a police communication over the radio that appeared in the paper the next day had the commander screaming over the radio, pull the troops back. We're under heavy fire. You understand? We're under heavy fire. Under heavy fire. 300 armed to the teeth, used every bit of tear gas against us that they had in the city. Pull the troops back. We're under heavy fire. And we're talking about the youngsters, they were called the ghost faces. Ghost faces. Because they tied their shirts around their faces and bandanas around their faces and jumped dead in their chests. So, the police never even were able to enter the building. If the crime was being committed, the building wasn't in it, nobody in the building was arrested. It wasn't about arresting anybody. It was about destruction. They meant to kill, maim on that day. They wanted a military victory, and they got their asses kicked. Serious guerrilla warfare. Serious guerrilla warfare. I mean, as serious as any confrontation that's happened any place in the world. So they lost. The police lost. And because they failed, because they just knew all they had to do was crush the Uhuru movement, then it would be over. It would be just business as usual, but they failed. They were defeated politically, and then they were defeated militarily, and then after that, but it was serious. Because people in the Uhuru movement, we found ourselves sleeping in safe houses. We couldn't stay any place where they knew where we were, because they'd come 4 o'clock in the morning. They'll come 4 o'clock in the morning, they'll kill you dead. You understand? But they made a mistake. They came at 6:30, and the people were awake, and the people were ready for them, and the people kicked their asses. You understand?
On October 24th, there was a murder committed. Tyron Lewis was murdered by 2 officers, Knight and Minor, and the attacks that came after that have continued up until even today. The first attack we saw happen as Bernie McKay blamed the Uhuru movement for the Just Rebellion that happened after the murder. We, the African community, did not want to step over another dead body or have business as usual. So there was a response to this murder. And people acted in a way in which got the attention, worldwide attention. And we, as the Uhuru movement, we represent the poor and African working class, as we have for 30 years, since the Black Revolution of the 60s was defeated with the Black Panther Party, etc. Many of our leaders were assassinated, and many still are in prison today. The Uhuru movement stands and represents the African working class here in this city and all across the country and even across the world. The Uhuru movement held, as we do every week, meetings to allow the African community to voice their opinions on some of the things that had happened. We had a march to the funeral. We also had a trial for the African community to state if the police officers were guilty of murder, and we did come out with a verdict that they were guilty of murder, and that the city of St. Petersburg was also guilty of the policy of shoot to kill, and that the so-called keep the niggers in check way that the police act in our community is totally in violation of our constitutional rights. On November 13th, the verdict came out, and a member of the Uhuru movement was arrested. 27 members of the Green Team came to the building and purposely tried to invoke provocation, and another member of the Uhuru movement was arrested. I myself and the chairman and founder of the Uhuru movement was sprayed with pepper spray, and 100 or so people came out of their homes. We have meetings every Wednesday evening, and that happened to be a Wednesday, where we were going to have a forum. That night, as people were coming to the meeting, police started barricading the streets. blocking all intersections to the building, denying people access to the building, saying that they would be arrested if they came to our meeting. They also pepper sprayed people and shot tear gas. All of the tear gas they had in the city of St. Petersburg went toward our building. People who were in the room were children, men and women who were terrified. As the meeting started, the police officers who were in force with M16s, riot gear, started on the outside shooting tear gas. They had on the loudspeaker, we declare this an unlawful assembly, and if you don't get out of the building in 5 minutes, we will gas the building. Within 30 seconds, they started gassing the building. There was total chaos in the building. Some of the people who were in our meeting are in this room. Total chaos, stampede. A sister who I know right here was trampled. People with their children throwing up, sick, etc. They intended to kill us that night. And if it wasn't for the courageous brothers and sisters who stood up after the murder of Tyron Lewis, I wouldn't be here today, and many people in this room would not be here because they intended to kill us on that night of November 13th. All of the tear gas I mentioned, which they said in all the newspapers and radios, was used on our building that night. Our constitutional rights were violated, our freedom of speech, our freedom of assembly, and the mayor and chief of police stated earlier that day that they did not want members of the Uhuru movement on the streets precisely because the verdict was coming out and that they didn't want us to say something that they didn't like. Police tried to burn down our buildings by shooting tear gas into a tree. When members of the community would put out the fire, they were shot at with the tear gas, and the tree was set on fire 3 times. The tree was next to our van and the van next to our building. There was later an incident where someone came and said that our building would be, there would be a sweep at our building at 6 o'clock. So from that night, October 24th, until even today, the whole black community has been under martial law. Said that they stand with the Uhuru movement, know that the Uhuru movement has been under attack, and we demand that this attack stop. We are standing up on behalf of our people.
Uhuru. Always amazing to watch that video.
Yeah. Wow, that was incredible. I haven't seen that video in a little while, and that was, just to hear the way the chairman summed that up, and the courageous resistance of the African working class here in St. Pete. That was extremely powerful to watch. And
Uhuru, comrades. Yeah, I mean, as many times, this is Penny, as many times as I have seen that, that is so profound, every time watching that, because I mean, first of all, that did have worldwide response. Worldwide media came into St. Pete for that. And as the chairman said, that was a rebellion with consciousness. There was an incredible, just because of the work of the party, and because that was just on 16th Street and the party is on 13th Street. The Uhuru House is on 13th Street. So it's just 3 blocks from the Uhuru House. It was, the masses of the African community were incredibly influenced by the political analysis of the party, of the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru movement in any case. And, and then you saw the party members, in Sobukwe at that time, standing on a car, agitating, and just how powerful it was. And there was, you know, some of the pictures that were in the newspaper of African workers hand to hand battling the police. It was amazing. And when the chairman is summing up the situation, he is in Chicago. That was the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement National Convention. And that was a couple of months later. And that was a packed house in Chicago. And it was really, really amazing. And, you know, just that has reverberated around the world. That was a really, really historical uprising of the African Revolution. And it was, you know, it was just an amazing situation. And like Kanara Zima, who is testifying before, is it the US Civil Rights Commission that was sent in? And that is at City Hall in St. Pete. She, I mean, just brilliantly sums it up. And, you know, that the state tried to murder and do what they had done to move. They wanted to burn that building to the ground and murder everybody that was in it and all the African resistance. And, you know, I mean, to think about the influence and the, you know, just the way that, just how that reverberates today in terms of the rebellions that we've seen this year. That was the leadership, you know, it was really, really an amazing thing.
24 years before George Floyd, before Ahmaud Arbery, before Breonna Taylor, before Jacob Blake. I mean, this has become so familiar to us this year, this kind of struggle with the state and the police terror against African people. It's very exposed now, but this was the original peeling back of the lid of our society. And I really appreciate that. Yeah, you just can't overstate the significance of the leadership, Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the African People's Socialist Party and Uhuru movement here in St. Petersburg. The historic nature of this uprising, the political character of it, because of, like the chairman was saying in that summation, Chairwoman, in Chicago, that you know, an unbroken chain of organization and leadership in St. Petersburg. That really informed the people and united the African working class against that kind of terror. It educated all of us to be able to see this. It was you know, to see the police crack down on the Uhuru movement like that. What did he see? All these carloads of a special weapons police assault team to arrest someone allegedly on a traffic ticket. And they failed, like the chairman said, they failed to isolate the African working class, the African People's Socialist Party politically, and then they got their asses kicked, you know, militarily. And that was huge. It was so huge to have that happen. And you know, what occurs to me too is like that beautiful image in Chicago of the African fist, the black fist breaking the chains of hunger, right, and poverty, and along with police containment, police terror. That this question of what we're doing for the Black Power blueprint is not a separate struggle.
Right.
It's part and parcel of the revolutionary strategy the African People's Socialist Party has always had. Like when you hear the chairman saying that the you know, the middle class wanted to come in and do what they routinely have done, traditionally had done, which is to be like the middlemen between the African workers and the state, and to say, okay, we'll keep the masses back. You give us our crumbs. Let us support our little projects. And he said, but now the African working class is at the table. Now you've got to deal with the Uhuru movement because you've already blamed the Uhuru movement for the uprisings, said this is who caused it, right? As kind of anyway. So he said we wanted to give some shape and character to what that, you know, you can fund your projects, but we want to give some shape and character to that. Now this is an advanced form of the struggle with the Black Power Blueprint Project, where the African working class is saying exactly what kinds of conditions that people coming out of these colonial prisons, African workers coming out of the prison system, what kind of conditions they're going to have in their homes. And so this is a revolutionary struggle when we're talking about the African Independence Workforce Program. That's part of that unbroken chain of revolutionary leadership since 1966. And that's what we're calling on people to become part of when you go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. You can be part of that revolutionary struggle of giving power, putting power into the hands of the African working class, so that and it pushes back that kind of state terror, right? It makes that kind of assassination of members of the African working class just obsolete and impossible. And we really call on people to stand up and become a part of that proud, heroic, and victorious tradition.
Uhuru. I mean, there's so much about it that was absolutely historic to see. And the chairman, a couple of things that I would want to say about it. I mean, first of all, that was such a brilliant summation of the chairman at the Impedum Convention at the Fred Hampton Uhuru House on the south side of Chicago. And that would have been that was probably something like January 1997. I'm not sure, but it was a little bit after. And, just the revolutionary summation that the chairman is giving and the kind of overview that only the African People's Socialist Party and African internationalism could have, and to sum up the brilliance of the masses and how the masses came out and defended and fought off 300 militarized police, cops, surrounding the Uhuru House that night when African workers, I'm talking about November 13th, when the grand jury verdict came out as not guilty for the killer cops, and who stayed on the force. And Chairman Omali Chattel immediately went into action in this period and became part of what was called the African American Leadership Coalition. I don't know if you remember that. And the chairman was not the chair of that, but he was I think he was the chair of the political action committee of it. And the chairman became the de facto mayor of the African community of St. Petersburg, and was the spokesperson for everything that it did. And a few years later, ran for mayor, just basically riding that wave of the demand to stop the police containment and to institute a policy of to end police containment and to institute economic development, genuine economic development for the African community. And they held, I believe, a few months later I think it was maybe at the Enoch Davis Center next door to the Uhuru House, but it was a large economic development conference that bankers came, and different corporate entities came, and some of them attempted to bribe the chairman, which of course he refused in every way. But just that whole period after that went on for many years, and it was 8 years before there was another murder by the sheriff's department in St. Petersburg, and the first African police chief was chosen to put in Goliath Davis in St. Petersburg. And under Goliath Davis, they had a policy that was published in the St. Petersburg Times that said that explicitly that the Uhuru House was to be treated by the police as an embassy, and nobody in there could be arrested. They would have haven in there. I mean, it was just an incredible situation of moving beyond protest into power, just as the party does now. You know, just that the whole policy of the Black Power blueprint has always been the policy and the strategy of the African People's Socialist Party. And I also wanted to say that I'm not sure if I wasn't able to hear everything that Abdullah, the interview earlier yesterday morning on this telethon of Abdullah Muhammad or Abdullah Alexander, who is part of the Black Power Blueprint, who's in that video that we've seen over and over again about the Black Power Blueprint, told us that he was in Chicago's Cook County Jail at that time. He was there when this happened in St. Pete, and somebody from the NPDM, or from the international, well, I guess at the time, the People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, requested his cellmate to write an article for the Spear about the conditions in the Cook County Jail. And his cellmate said, well, I'm not a writer, but my cellmate is. And Abdullah wrote that article back then.
Hey, wow.
I mean, it's really, really just so much about it is so powerful. Also, Kanara Zima, who is testifying before the U.S. Civil Rights Commission, is the niece of Bobby Hutton, who was the first Black Panther who was murdered by the police in Oakland in the 1960s. And he was only, I believe, 17 when he joined the Black Panther Party. And I thought that, you know, she is absolutely powerful and incredibly articulate in that presentation that she puts on there. So, I mean, just it was just an incredibly powerful situation, of which no one from the white left came out and defended. Not, you know, anything like you see today, where the white community, it's been remarked on by the international media, has come out, you know, in the past months since the police murder of George Floyd. But that's because of the party's leadership of the African People's Solidarity Committee, because at that time, nobody from the white left came out. So I don't know if you were you active? When did you join the Uhuru movement, Jamie?
Well, I officially, the first Uhuru movement event that I attended was in June of 1999.
1999, okay.
Yeah, I heard, I was paying attention. I was, like I said earlier, I was in Tallahassee going to Florida State University in '96. I think it was my sophomore year. And I was, you know, watching this, and I had friends that were still at Gibbs High School. And you know, when you're talking about the white left, like, that was something that really shattered my world. That, like, people that my you know, that I knew, friends of my sister and things, and my friends that were still going to high school, were people that I thought that claimed to be anarchists, or, you know, have a revolutionary position or whatever, suddenly we're defending the police.
Mm-hmm.
We're decrying not the murder of this 18-year-old. They were decrying the masses rising up because they felt threatened, you know, and they identified with the state. And I just, that really disturbed me, and kind of you know, it was part of why I made a point to when I was back in St. Pete for a while in '99, that I had to check out the Uhuru movement. I had to hear for myself what this organization was saying, because I'd been reading about it in the papers. And, you know, the presence of the African People's Solidarity Committee was so amazing to me right away, that I expected maybe I would come down there and, you know, my presence wouldn't be wanted. And I was open to that. You know, I just wanted to salute this organization, these people, these revolutionaries, as I saw it. And there was Janice Cant with a clipboard, ready to sign me up. And, like, within a week, I was going door to door talking to people about economic development for the Black community. And
Yeah.
I remember the African American Leadership Coalition, I think it was called. Like one of the first things I
Yes.
did was I was asked to be like a liaison with various members of the coalition, to just to go out and hear what they were saying, and let them know that I was with the Uhuru movement. And it really impressed me deeply how the roots that this organization had in so many different ways, its presence on so many fronts, with not as large active group of active organizers as you would think for the huge political impact it had. And then I remember also what you're talking about the feeling of the reality that for 8 years there wasn't a single African person murdered by the police in St. Petersburg under
It
Goliath
was
Davis.
really, really
It was so
powerful.
powerful. Like I remember you, Chairwoman, calling it being like in liberated territory,
Yeah.
after a revolution. And like the chairman said in that presentation, it was as serious an uprising as you would see against oppression anywhere in the world. That was a serious uprising, and the impact, like also, as I know you remember, Chairwoman, and Ali and Jesse may know, Chairman Amalia Shatella ran for mayor in, I think it was
In
2000.
2001.
2001, right? That was
It
a
was
big deal.
January. It was before, September 11th. It was January was when his election was. I moved to St. Pete from Oakland in 1999, and Kitty did as well. Kitty and Emmy, and at that time, I mean, basically the white left was the Quakers, who were and are, just an incredible unity with the state, and with the just constantly attacking the African community. I don't know if there's still a factor there, but when I was first in St. Pete for a time in 1985, when Alvalita Donaldson was running for city council, and Janice was there, and Janice and I came from Oakland in 1985, and we started trying to do all the things that we did out in Oakland for Measure O. I mean, we would, be out in front of grocery stores getting signatures, and we would put up tables, and we would be shut down immediately. We couldn't do, Oakland has a certain veneer of, political rights for people, but Florida, no, absolutely no veneer whatsoever, just incredible reaction. And, so we went door to door, we started organizing. We lived on the south side off of South 4th and 40th South, where Munch's is, that really reactionary restaurant that has just blatantly anti-African pictures on the wall and everything. I'm sure it's still there. I think it's still there. I don't know if you've ever been there, but we lived right next door to that. And we went door to door there for when Jesse and Akile were running in 2017 as well. And it's partly gentrified, but it's partly the same kind of neighborhood as well. So we had a mixed reaction there. But I mean, just to begin to organize, I was very excited about coming to St. Pete because, as we know, California has this veneer of liberalism, but it's yet very, very vicious, anti-African place. The African people catch hell there, absolute hell in Oakland. And of course, the gentrification is so great that something like, I think it's by now 40,000 less Africans live there than like in the 1990s, and pushed out all over and in prison. And California had the highest prison population inside the US of any other state. So, but it was like this cover that, oh, we're so liberal, we're so, we're the cool place. But when you come to Florida at that time, I mean, it was straight up white cracker, just blatant. And in a way, it was really exciting just to meet, you know, real white people who said what they thought, and you could, you know, and then when you met people and organized people like you, the people, the genuine people, it was like really clear, and they were not tainted by this idea of the white left, you know. And it's been really, really powerful to organize there. And of course, now St. Petersburg is a really different place because of gentrification, and so is Oakland. Oakland is a whole other place than when we lived there, when it was majority African and Mexican city. And same in St. Pete, they've pushed out the African community. But to have the presence of the African Revolution in the midst of that has been, you know, it's just so historic to look back at that video and to see the leadership of the party, the leadership of, you know, the African Revolution, and that you know, that needs to be shown everywhere today. That is just amazing. That is just so amazing to see, and really, really powerful, and really salute the leadership of Chairman Omali Shatella in everything, you know, that he does, and just transforming every situation into a revolutionary situation. Anyway, there's just so much to say about it. That was an incredible period, and the party pushed that period, I mean, for years, pushed it, kept it going, you know, every year, and an anniversary of that, of the police murder of Tyrone Lewis, and still today, Tyrone's sister Deanne and his mother are still friends of the movement and still come to major events, as you've probably seen, Jamie.
Yeah, I did just this year they had the 24th anniversary of the murder of Tyrone Lewis and the uprisings, and Tyrone Lewis's sister Deanne, his Tyrone Lewis Jr.
Deanne Lewis always comes.
Yeah, was there, and his son, right? And I mean, it was
right.
It was so moving, Chairwoman Jessie, to see these comrades, these family members of this slain African young man with, as Chairman says, with baby fat still in his face. He was so young, and to see just the courage of the resistance still alive and well. And like you were pointing out, this is not the same city. The demographics have been altered. I mean, it's a genocidal policy, what we call gentrification. It's not some, it's just as violent and awful as the police murders, and it's ongoing. This removal of the African working class, of the Mexican workers, and replacement by middle class and wealthy white people, as all these condos go up. And it's all part of the same foul system, the same foul edifice that polluted the water here, as Jessie campaigned against, and Director Akile, when she ran as Aretha Akile Canyon here in St. Petersburg under the slogan of "Make St. Petersburg Black Again." This is all the same struggle, and it's just so, it's mind-boggling really to look back and realize how much the African People's Socialist Party is the center, the eye of the storm, that has always championed the African working class internationally, and done so with at times such great success. And this strategy of the gentrification, of the destruction of entire communities economically, I didn't understand how deep the economic question is when I first came into this movement. You know, I wanted to focus on, you know, the things that seemed so obviously like oppression, like police murder, like incarceration, political prisoners, that kind of thing. And that's important. That's an important part of the struggle. But to understand the depth of the struggle for economic development, that too is a revolutionary struggle. That's something that the chairman's campaign for mayor really helped me get my head around.
Exactly, because police containment or counterinsurgency is necessary when African people are starving, when there's nothing, and when the U.S. government imposed drugs and a drug economy into the African community. It was, and to think about, I mean, that's not a new strategy. Imperialism did that in Vietnam, and it's done it to China, and it's been a long time. It was, in fact, Karl Marx names it as one of the methods of primitive accumulation. The Opium Wars against China is one of the things he lists that are primitive accumulation and of capital, and that that this whole colonial strategy from the very beginning to impose drugs upon a community that is colonized, starving, and without power, and to not only use that to basically contain the community or the people, but to also use it to raise millions and billions of dollars for the colonizing nation is a key strategy of colonialism, and has been from the very beginning of imperialism and parasitic capitalism. It's part and parcel of the enslavement of African people and the genocide against the indigenous people. And so this is the strategy, that you see. And then gentrification, I mean, you look back, and I was reading about, I've read about China because China was partitioned. Also, France was in Shanghai, Britain was in a certain part of China, Germany and Italy were in China, and the US was in China. And when you look at the people, that who are the sort of aristocracy of the US, like the Roosevelts and the Bush family, they were all part of, among not only traders of African human beings, but they were also in the opium trade, in forcing opium into China. And if you went to, white men would go to China in their youth and make so much money on selling opium, basically, that they could retire and have wealth for the rest of their lives. And that's how, the Roosevelt family, for example, did that. The Bush family did that. And so, they were drug dealers. They were drug dealers, slave traders, owners of African people, perpetrators of genocide. And when you look at, just reading about the history of St. Louis is, I want to do a whole event on St. Louis. People have to know and have to be able to sum up what this city is. This city has been, since its inception, as the center, the belly button of the United States, in a way, is the center of the US. This is where the Indian wars, quote unquote, the wars of genocide, were staged militarily out of St. Louis. And the generals that were here as part of the US cavalry and the war against the indigenous people, I mean, they fought, Jamie, in California. They went to Clear Lake. They massacred and slaughtered indigenous people in Clear Lake, California, in places that people who live in the Bay Area know well. All around that area, they there are places that are just scenes of horrendous slaughter of just indigenous men, women, and children. And it was also the place where St. Louis is also the staging ground for absolute terror against African people. And in spite of, and you were talking about, somebody somewhere last night, people were talking about the places like Rosewood and and Tulsa, but East St. Louis, which is right across the Mississippi River here from St. Louis, it's in Illinois, but one of the greatest massacres, most brutal massacres ever. In fact, Marcus Garvey gave just a militant presentation I believe in 1917, denouncing the slaughter and the massacre of African people in East St. Louis. And that was the rise of his career as one of Marcus Garvey's earliest presentations, denouncing that. And that was something that thousands of Africans just left their homes and walked across or caught a ferry across the river to St. Louis. And despite the terror that's always been here, this city has done everything possible from the very beginning, not just now, and just the whole question of gentrification is not new. But in the 1920s and 30s, the city wiped out, just took a wrecking ball and destroyed a vibrant African community downtown that was called Mill Creek Valley. There, Africans owned hotels. There were, in other parts near there, the first medical school and African-run hospital. There were jazz clubs. There were, nightclubs. There were restaurants. There was a hotel owned. It was an incredible African community. They just took a wrecking ball and wiped it out. And then their goal was, the reason that they did that was going to, increase the economic development in the white neighborhoods, basically. And that, their goal, so it was gentrification. And if you look at St. Pete, when John Evans was lynched and just murdered so brutally in St. Pete, the African man, in, I believe that was 1904. That was after a white real estate developer was killed by somebody. It was gentrification then. It's colonialism and gentrification are the same thing. And it's always been the same thing. So when we look back at how, the city of St. Louis just wiped out 99 acres of a vibrant part of the African community and got rid of people's homes, forced them out in order to build the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, a super spy agency here in North St. Louis, probably a mile and a half from the Uhuru House right now, and ushering in gentrification. You can see these neighborhoods that they've built these fancy storefronts, and they're just waiting for it to open in 2023, the NGA, so they can have all these cafes up there. It's not the first time that the city has done that. It's not the second time the city has done that. It has done it over and over and over again as an assault on the African community. I mean, this is a city where a leading general, that there is a street named after General Harney, who was here because Jefferson Barracks was the center of the slaughter of the indigenous people. He owned an African woman prior to the Civil War named Hannah, and he beat her to death. And he never was prosecuted in any way. And the indigenous people called General Harney, when he rode out west, they called him woman killer because of their solidarity with the African people, and just to the point being that everything that is African people are experiencing now is one unbroken legacy that has gone on from the days of enslavement, from the days of convict leasing, from the days when a lynching was a regular occurrence. All of this is the same thing. And the theft of the land, the beating down of African people and their skills and their ability to work and to carry out a profession, to be a doctor, to be a nurse, to be an entrepreneur. All of this has been crushed over and over and over again. And every period of intense attack, African people have regrouped, rebuilt wealth, rebuilt their communities, and it has been attacked and burned down and destroyed over and over and over and over and over again, a myriad of times. And it is so clear to see the African People's Socialist Party's unbroken legacy of dual and contending power, of political power in the hands of the African community means economic power.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean just having a strong demonstration, although clearly the party has done that and does that. It means putting down on the ground political power that then becomes territory that is defended and fought for by the African working class. And that's what we're seeing here. That's what we're seeing here in St. Louis with the Black Power Blueprint. And the party has always done that. It does it in St. Pete with the Uhuru House. It does it with the gym. It does it with, all of the institutions, Uhuru Foods and Pies, that the party has brought about. But St. Louis, because gentrification was up to 20 and 30 years later than it was in Oakland, because actually when we were in New York City, building for the tribunal under the party's leadership in 1982, Brooklyn and Brownsville and Bed-Stuy and all those African neighborhoods were being gentrified then. And the Village Voice newspaper, which had ads on the back of it, always had ads for, quote, pioneers, meaning white people, to go into Bed-Stuy and buy a house, buy a brownstone, in the middle of intense, colonial domination there and incredible martial law that was there. That was in 1982. In 1989, when the party was building the Uhuru Bakery Cafe, and the chairman was out there, and the police murder, basically, of Huey Newton, as the chairman said, they had to get rid of Huey Newton so they could intensify gentrification in Oakland, because as long as Huey Newton was there, he was a reminder to the people, of that period. And the party carried that legacy in Oakland. And by 1989, that was the height of gentrification, the beginning of gentrification there. Here in St. Louis, it has just started in the last few years, and Deputy Chair was able to come into St. Louis and see that you could still get a building, which was not possible in Oakland, because a building in 1989 in Oakland would have been, $300,000, $400,000. But here they could get a building in the LRA, for $1,000, $2,000. That is already passed here. That's over. That's over here, because gentrification is intensifying. But Deputy Chair walked into that moment and seized the moment. The party seized the moment to something that has not been possible for the party in Chicago, in Oakland, or in New York, or even St. Petersburg, and seized that moment and began buying property and developed the Black Power Blueprint deep into the community. And we saw the testimonies. We've been seeing them all throughout this webinar, this telethon, of Africans in the community summing up the significance of, the Black Power Blueprint to them and to their community. It was a powerful thing where the policy of the party to build real economic institutions on the ground, just the possibilities here were profound, and they walked right into it. But I'm telling you, a mile away is I mean, it's gentrification, just like St. Pete, all up and down in the African community. But this is going to be the fight back. That flag is there, just like it is on 18th Avenue South, Tyrone Lewis Boulevard. So, you know, it's really deep. It's really historic. And the genius of the African working class in the African People's Socialist Party is beyond imagination. I mean, this is history. This is history unfolding. And for us to be able to be under the leadership of the African Revolution in such a real everyday way, this is the way that revolution is made. You know, in China, in Vietnam, this is the way it is made. This is the leadership that it takes, the organization, the discipline, the going up against everything, riding, you know, going against the wind of counterinsurgency, of defeat of the African Revolution, rebuilding, being out there when, you know, as the chairman has summed up, the African working class was so demoralized by the defeat, you know, and to be able to force that with the will of Chairman Omali Yeshitela and, you know, the organization of the African working classes, you know, is unbelievable. I mean, it's so profound. It's profound that we have the ability to be here, and for us as white people to take on our assignment to go inside the belly of the beast, do what we're doing right now, you know, and win other white people to recognize, as the chairman said, that a stand of reparations is our class struggle. That is our class struggle. That is how we take on imperialism and parasitic capitalism. This is how socialism will be won in the world, through the leadership of this party, the African People's Socialist Party, the vanguard, the party of the African Revolution. So, you know, so this has been amazing. I also want to salute San Lile's beautiful, beautiful song last night. That vanguard song is so moving. Wow, that is just so beautiful. I've heard that before, but she was incredibly dynamic with that, you know, as well. So
well, I really appreciate this whole discussion, and we are actually now in the last 2 hours of the telethon. We are an hour and 43 minutes, if I'm doing my math right, away from the close of our second annual 24-hour reparations telethon. And we wanted to go ahead and show you something. Everyone who is still watching or who has tuned in recently, we are raising $10,000 to outfit 4 apartments in the fourplex apartment of the African Independence Workforce Program housing. Housing for participants in a workforce program for formerly incarcerated Africans who are coming out of the colonial prison system, re-entering their community, and undergoing workforce training in order to become involved in economic development in their own interests. And this housing is being led by the Black Power Blueprint. And we have raised in this meeting, thanks to the incredible contributions from everyone, including the chairman and deputy chair and Chairwoman Penny, and nearly 100 people who have donated throughout the last 24 hours. We have raised $8,750, and we have another $1,250 to go. And in addition, taking an incredible stance and contributing to an incredible project, we have some new givebacks courtesy of Deputy Chair Onizine Yeshitela. She actually donated some givebacks very generously. We're very, very grateful for that, and they are beautiful. I'm telling you, these are very beautiful givebacks. If you contribute $200 or more within the next hour and 40 minutes, you will receive, if you are among the first, if you are the first one, because there's only one of these, you will receive this beautiful bag from Ghana. You should be able to see it on your screen right now. beautiful bag, very colorful. Are you able to see that?
Yes, it's beautiful.
Yes,
Wow.
$200 or more. And you will receive this bag that was gifted to us by Deputy Chair Ona Zanea Shatella. And we also have these beautiful art pieces, these African art pieces that Deputy Chair has contributed for anybody who donates, who pays reparations of $200 or more as well. This is I really like these. These are very, very beautiful, really cool.
That's
So
beautiful.
yes. So these are among the give backs for the final 2 hours. For those of you who have stuck around for the last 24 hours or who are just tuning in, go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday and put in what you can to bring us over the top. We are not done yet. We still have an hour and 40 minutes, and let's do this. Let's make this happen. Reparations now. Brew.
Yeah, fund this project like you want it to win. Like you're on the side of African people and the peoples of the world by going to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday and contributing whatever you can right now. No amount is too much, no amount's too little. $200 would be great. You get one of these fantastic give backs, but whatever you're able to do, it makes a difference, and it makes a statement too with each dollar that you're ending the legacy of colonial terror, gentrification, lynchings, siding with this parasite on the body of humanity that has nothing better to offer than profit for itself at the expense of human beings and the planet Earth. I mean, the foothold that the African People's Socialist Party has, that the people have, that African workers have, that you have with the Black Power blueprint, we can't overstate its significance. It's a precious, precious thing that this exists. We've got to make it a success. You can do that by going to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday, because this thing, parasitic capitalism, will continue to feast. It will continue to gorge itself off the resources of the people, the stolen resources of the people of the world, as long as we, and in particular in the white community, stand by and do nothing. As long as we allow the status quo to go unchallenged, this terror, this horror, this cruelty will continue. But we can be part of the courageous fight back, like Chairwoman Penny described it as, the fight back in economic terms, for dignity, for self-sufficiency, for hope for the future, represented by the Black Power blueprint. That beautiful red, black, and green flag that flaps over North St. Louis now, and this gorgeous African independence workforce program, housing unit that you can contribute to concretely right now by going to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. Are you watching us right now? Are you tuning in? Because we are addressing you. We're speaking directly to you. Yes, you too. Whatever you can do. Maybe you've already given, maybe you've already gone to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. Go again. What can you do? Can you dig deeper? Because every dollar that comes in, it's like it's a tidal wave. It's our domino effect. It's going to encourage more and more people. Nothing succeeds like success, and we want the revolutionary forces, the productive forces of the world to be successful, to be freed up. Anti-oppression power. That's what this is. And if you're white and you're a worker and you're thinking, well, I'm not wealthy. Well, neither am I. Now, neither are most of us, right? And maybe you are wealthy and you can contribute the entire $1,250 left towards our goal. I encourage you to do that. But whatever you can do, it's such a huge statement, and it's self-liberating. This is not charity. This is solidarity. Like Che Guevara says, solidarity is not a matter of well-wishing, but of sharing the same fate, whether in victory or in death. And this year, of more so than ever, this is a time to really consider those words. People are dying from this colonial virus, and people are suffering economically. If you're thinking, well, this isn't a great year for me, imagine what it's like for African workers right now. The economy has been devastated for the African working class. Homelessness is at an all-time high. This is the time to take a stand with the Black community, and we're calling on you to do that. We have to make this a success. because it's in our own interest. Like you were saying, Jesse, like you were saying, Chairwoman Penny, this is the way that we can make legitimate class struggle as white people. We want to take a stand against the exploitation. We want to take a stand against the tight economic conditions we see ourselves, because we have such a greedy white ruling class in charge right now. They will stop at nothing to continue to enrich themselves at the expense of African workers, of Mexican workers, and of white workers. Right? We're part of this same struggle. This is one earth that we occupy, so we can't stand by idly and watch the Jeff Bezos of the world get wealthier and wealthier off of this economic and human carnage. We can take a stand for something hopeful, something dynamic, something that represents the future, and that's the Black Power Blueprint Project. That's the African Independence Workforce Program and Project, and you can become part of it right now by going to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday.
Uhuru. Yeah, I just, that quote from Che that you just quoted is from his really, really famous speech called To the Tricontinental. And it, to me, his best speech that he ever gave. And it's where he calls for 2, 3, many Vietnams. And he's saying that the whole world has to rise up. He's calling for the colonized of the world. And they were, it was the time, as the chairman said, when revolution was the main trend in the world. And that means anti-colonial revolution. And, he's calling on the whole world to rise up so that there would be 2, 3, many Vietnams. And, I just think that that's, as the chairman always points out, he's not calling for peace like U.S. white left calls for peace. He's calling for revolution. He's calling for world revolution. He's calling for the anti-colonial struggle to take down imperialism. And that he's saying that, that one place in the world that is struggling is the struggle of everyone. Yeah. And that's why we can't, that solidarity isn't just something that you sit in comfort and say. It's something that you have to take action. You have to take action when you understand that, and that's what it means. That, there are a lot of white people who say that they're socialists, who say that they're anti-imperialist even, but genuine solidarity with the African working class is not in their vocabulary. It's not how they understand it. And it has been the leadership of the African Revolution that's shown us that all white people, even the most deprived and impoverished among us, sit on this pedestal of colonial, that we're the colonizer. We can be poor colonizers, but we are that. And that there's no way that even, the most impoverished sector of the white population or most oppressed sector is ever going to lead a revolution. The only thing that we have ever done is led a struggle for more rights on the pedestal, and that's why it is class struggle for us to pay reparations. To even if we don't have resources, we have access to resources, we have social wealth. The statistics are out there that it's easier for a poor or impoverished white family to access $1,000 or even $3,000 in a crisis than it is for the African middle class, because they have no social wealth. So they're one paycheck away from poverty. And when that comes, they don't have an aunt or an uncle, who did well that can lend them money. They don't have that. So they don't have equity in their homes. They have, we're given subprime mortgages. And so we have access to social wealth. And this is our job in the revolution. This is what we have to do. We have to unleash it. We have to find the ways. The reparations challenge, just so brilliant. Because if you don't have access to the resources to be in the reparations legacy campaign, then you can take a skill that we have based on sitting on the pedestal and raise resources. So
Yep.
You know, this is our class struggle. This is how we take this on. And when the African working class rises up, that's our revolution. African People's Socialist Party vanguard, that's our vanguard. That's our vanguard. There's not a parallel revolution going on. This is it. This is it. And this is what we have to, you know, win and shake white people, you know, whoops,
You know,
sorry, that's my alarm
I
going
love,
off.
oh, you know, I really appreciate the comrades of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement and the African People Solidarity Committee so much. You know, Ali,
yes,
Jesse, Chairwoman Penny. It's just so liberating to have comrades, you know, in the white community, other people that understand. Like I was thinking of Comrade Johan Bedingfield. He often, when we're on outreach tables, you know, back before the big spike return to the pandemic, when we could do that here and there, would say to people, this is something we do in self-interest as white people. We do it, yeah, out of love for humanity, out of respect and love for the African working class, but also because we recognize it's in our own long-term interest, self-interest, to support the African revolution, to support independent economic, black-led economic development. Because who wants to continue to be a parasite? Who wants to continue, like you were saying, Chairwoman, about even the poorest among us, if we're white, is still benefiting from colonialism, still has more access to wealth than the poor and working class African community. But what solace should that be to us? That should not be any comfort. That should be intolerable to us. It's morally repugnant, and it's unsustainable in the long run. There's no future for us in this system. There's no future for human beings. This is an inhuman process that would have us benefiting at the expense of African people, of indigenous people, of the peoples of the world, and the earth itself. That's a foul thing. And it has no dynamism to it. It has nothing productive to contribute to humanity or the world. It's got to go. And if we don't want to go with it, if we want to be part of the future, we've got to embrace reparations. We've got to embrace the African working class. The Black Power Blueprint Project has got to be successful. So much depends on this. We've got to support it like it's as important as it is. And we are calling on you to do that this morning, to take that heroic stand of reparations, of solidarity with the Black Power Blueprint Project, with the African working class's liberated anti-colonial economy. And you can do that by going to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday on this Wednesday morning after Giving Tuesday. You know, this colonial bourgeois holiday where they essentially want you to just spend a little bit of money so you can go back to sleep, right? So you can lull yourself back into this trance and be a zombie and just consume the resources. You know, here are the goodies. Here's what you get, white worker. Here's what you get, white middle class. And for that, you know, we just need you to stand by, stand back and stand by, or whatever, while we murder African people, while we push Black people out of their homes, while we erase who they've been, while we take away communities with roots, with legacies. We can't allow that to be our legacy. We got to stand for something living, something humane, something that we can see a future in, right? And we've seen such a future during this telethon. I am just so honored to have been part of this telethon. All this talent, all this enthusiasm, all this pride in community, in ending the legacy of being victims of parasitic capitalism, and embracing the fight back, embracing the struggle for liberation and dignity, represented by this incredible African independence workforce program, this fourplex apartment where people are going to live, where people are going to make a stand for the future, for their communities, so that their families can live. That's what the African Independence Workforce Black Power Blueprint is. That's what you're supporting when you go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. And gosh, I'm getting a little caffeine delusion with lack of sleep. So you correct me, Ali, if I've got that website wrong, but it is still apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. Am I right?
Yes, you are right, Jamie. You are 1000% correct. It's A as in African, P as in peoples, E as in education, D as in defense, F as in fund.org/Giving Tuesday. And you can go ahead and contribute today. And I just want to say that I am going to go ahead and put in another $250 today.
Oh my God! Woo!
$1,000.
Wow!
Get to 1,000 in this last hour and a half.
Wow.
Oh, Uhuru comrades. Wow, I just really salute all of you. Uhuru Solidarity Movement just has done a magnificent fundraiser. You guys are still going at it. Comrade Ali giving $250. So that is absolutely powerful. Yeah. Really a stand of class struggle, comrade. Reparations. Yes. Wow, that is so powerful. Really salute you and just the tremendous work. This has been such a dynamic program. Really, really incredible. And the people, just the overwhelming support that had come from the people that were on and participated in this. And many new people did that, as well as our long-term comrades who we love so much. And, you know, this is historic. Really, really salute you. Just trying to, see, I guess now we would be, thanks to Comrade Ali Ayello, we are under $1,000 then that we still have to raise. We're at $1,000. All right. All right. Wow. Uhuru. Very, very exciting. Really, I'm very moved by this. You know, we've raised $9,000 in one day. One day, outpouring of support for this fourplex building that's a key element of the Black Power Blueprint in St. Louis up on College Avenue in West Florissant. Part of the about 5 blocks and more of contiguous territory that the African working class has taken over as economic development and territory with a beautiful, powerful red, black, and green flag on a 50-foot flagpole that just flies over the city, you know, over the neighborhood. And to see that, you know, all 4 of these apartments, which have been renovated so beautifully by the Black Power Blueprint, by the leadership of Deputy Chair Ona Zene Shatella and the contractor, Leon O'Hara, you know, and to see that they're going to be furnished beautifully. This is not about send your secondhand this or that. You know, this is nothing like this. This is the African working class is going to, everything is top rate. That's what this is about. There's nothing that would be different than if, you know, this were something in the white community. This is about the African working class taking power, leading and governing. And, you know, it's very historic. So, you know, really want to salute you for raising almost $10,000 so far. And we can still do it. We can still do it. We need to, let's wake up a few people. Yeah. And get them on this call.
Hour and 20 minutes
I've started my text messages this morning, Joe and Benny.
Yes. Really, really salute you all. You've been on all night. And
Deputy Chair wants to know which gift you want, Ali.
Oh, I would like the drummer.
Wow, beautiful.
Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Nice. I really want to salute you too, Comrade Ali. I'm so moved by the stance of my comrades in the African People's Solidarity Committee and Uhuru Solidarity Movement, just jumping in with both feet to this liberated economy knowing that it's the future, the confidence that you have in the African Revolution, and Chairwoman Penny, you know, that you called it territory, I think is really important.
I have to cut in. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Leah Fifield just put in $100.
Oh, Leah! Right on! Right on!
Wow, Leah.
Yes.
Wow. I mean, just the champion of the Reparations Challenge. So brilliant. Just a really brilliant and incredible organizer of this young woman in Minneapolis, Leah Fifield. Really salute you, comrade. Uhuru.
Uhuru, Leah.
And
wow.
When you donate $100 in this last hour, you will be getting one of these nice wooden USM magnets. So Leah, you will be getting one of those in the mail. Uhuru.
That's so cool. That's so moving. Uhuru, Leah, be like Leah Fifield. Be like Ali Aiello.
Yes, comrades.
You can go do that by going to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. We're at $900 left to go to meet this $10,000 mark to hold on to this liberated territory in North St. Louis on College Avenue with this fourplex apartment. You can be part of that too. I'm so impressed with this telethon. I really appreciate everyone who has contributed, you know, especially these folks jumping in here at 6:40 in the morning. You know, we're drinking our coffee, we're drinking our tea, and we're winning the reparations. You know, we're doing it for revolution. We're doing it for the African working class. And like I was saying, we do it for ourselves. You know, we do it, as Che Guevara said, also at the risk of sounding ridiculous, let me say that it's impossible to imagine a revolutionary who isn't motivated by feelings of deep, deep love. And I've really felt that love during this telethon, and I think if you're tuning in, it has something to do with that too. You know, you love human beings, you love the African community, you love yourself enough to believe in a real future, a future you can believe in, a unity through reparations. We know that this is what's gonna last, and
wow, Santos put in 25.
Uhuru, Santosh.
I am going to Santosh, Uhuru. Wow, and you gave those beautiful paintings and just you're such a dynamic part of the Uhuru movement. It's just really great to know you and to have you part of this movement. And so I'm going to put in another 25. Ooh, gotta match Santosh. I'm going to go do that right now. So that would leave us with
850 to go.
850 to go. 850 to go. So we can do this.
Yes, we can.
We can do this. This is
an hour and 18 minutes. We can do it.
Yes.
And
war of attrition.
And this is, you know, this is like, 2020 has been, you know, an incredible year. And, you know, the best part of 2020 is being in the Uhuru movement. The Uhuru movement is the only movement that is the only positive thing about 2020. You know, it's coming out on top. The Black Power blueprint is just so clearly the future. And you talk to people, you know, we're the, as Jesse had pointed out, you know, at one time, we're the only ones not in despair, because we see the system as the chairman has said, when the system is in crisis, our job is to deepen it. And, you know, it's just an incredible time. And the Black, you know, as we see things crumbling, you know, the system, the status quo is crumbling, the Black Power blueprint is taking shape. And that's, you know, that's one of the most powerful, incredible things out there. And it really is the future. You know, the African People's Socialist Party isn't joking when it says that it's fighting for dual and contending power. Jerome Penny says, you know, that the African People's Socialist Party is serious. Chairman O'Malley should tell it is serious. The African working class is serious. This is no joke. And that's why it's so important that we invest our futures in it, because this is not just another project, but this is African people really fighting to be free. If you really want to see African people free, you know, one, we have a responsibility to do this, and to return the resources, but we also have to, you know, we can't just wish it to happen, you know. We actually have to put our money where our mouth is. We have to return those material resources and take that stand. And you know, there is nothing like the Black Power blueprint out there. And Zanlile said something that was so, you know, brilliant in the appeal. It's like, of course there's nothing else like the Black Power blueprint out there, because the Black Power blueprint is the first. It was built by the vanguard. It was built by the African People's Socialist Party. So of course you've never seen anything like it, you know? Of course you're shocked,
right?
Because this is the first time you've ever seen something like this. And that's, you know, that's what the African People's Socialist Party is. It's the vanguard. It's leaning forward that positive future, that positive vision that we all have the opportunity to be a part of. And you can be a part of that positive vision by going to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. I really want to encourage everyone who's tuning in to go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday.
Uhuru, Ali, Uhuru, Jesse, were you about to say something, Conrad? I didn't mean to cut you off.
Go ahead, Jamie.
No, I just really salute you, Ali. I salute you know, Leah and Santosh and Chairwoman Penny for taking this historic stand of giving not once but twice to this telethon of digging deep. And you know, just seeing that optimism that you're talking about, Ali, in the face of all that despair, of all the death, all the oppression, the police murder, to go up against all odds, like you were saying earlier, Chairwoman Penny. That's the responsibility of the African working class, and that's our responsibility if we want to be revolutionaries as white people. We want to stand with the African working class. We got to have that indefatigable courage and confidence in the future, in the African working class, that this is our future too. This is our struggle too. You know, it's not some parallel struggle when we go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday and give as much as we can. Give once, give twice, call our family members, text a friend you haven't talked to in a while, send them the St. Louis Post Dispatch article about the Black Power blueprint and say, hey, you got to be part of this. You know, this you've got to fund this amazing one-of-a-kind project that is the vanguard. You know, you don't see other things like this. You really don't. And like the chairwoman was saying, the opportunity that Deputy Chair Onizine Yeshitela seized when she went to St. Louis not long after Mike Brown was gunned down. You know, Chairman Omali Yeshitela went there in August, right after that horrific murder. Because it wasn't the murder that was significant, right? We see that all the time. African people are regularly cut down in the prime of their youth by some arrogant white cop. That's normal. What wasn't normal was to see the African working class rise up so heroically and say enough is enough. Not one more black life, you know, where you're going to have to pay a consequence. And this is the consequence we can make them pay, because at the end of the day, they're doing this for no lofty reason. The gentrification, the murder of African people, the imperialist wars we see all over the world. Capitalism just does this for a profit. That's all, just naked profit. There's nothing more to it. So we've got to make them pay an economic price. And that comes by pushing back against the gentrification and saying, no, you won't go another block into this community. We're going to take this back for the black working class. That's what the African Independence Workforce Program is. That's what this fourplex apartment is. That's what you're becoming a part of when you go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday this morning, whether it's the first time you're giving as generously as you can. And again, no amount is too much or too little, whether it's $25, whether it's $250, whether it's the rest of the, what are we at? 900 or 800 some odd dollars, $875. You want to cover all that in one fell swoop? Go for it. You've only got $25 or you know, whatever you can do. Do that, because it's your future you're struggling for. It's the African working class we're talking about. And you know, as we see on our TV screens and in news papers and the internet, this crisis of the African working class just keeps going on. Gentrification isn't going to stop itself. This problem isn't going away. We've got to do something. We've got to take a stand, or if we don't do that, we are part of the gentrification. We're part of the police murder. I don't want to be Derek Chauvin. You know, I don't want to. I don't want to be what's his name, Wilson, who murdered Mike Brown. You know, I don't want to be identified with that. I don't want to be associated with that, and I don't think you do either. I think you want to be part of a future. I think you want to be part of social justice, dignity for African people, and the ability of African people to come out of these prisons and live in a dignified situation and build for their communities, defend their own families. That's just a human right. That's something any human being should be able to expect in this world. And if we assume any ability for ourselves to have a living in this economy, if we assume any piece of happiness, any aspiration, any dream that we have as white people right now in this system, it comes at the expense of African people. Think about that. You know, Chairwoman, you talk about that all the time. That's a really profound reality. Even the ability
that
to have an
African
education.
people can't produce life for themselves, and they haven't been able to for 600 years. You know, the chairman says that, he has written that in his political reports. And I mean, to really ponder that, to think about the depth of that. Sorry, my phone is dying here. And, you know, to think about the depth of that statement is something that, regardless of what's going on for us on the pedestal, we cannot begin to imagine that, you know. And I think that, you know, that everything that a whole people, including the reproduction of their own children and babies, has and does go to benefit the wealth of parasitic capitalism and all those that sit on the pedestal. You know, that everything that we have comes at the expense of something. And this whole question of white people and depression and suicide and drug addiction, which has skyrocketed from what I've read through the pandemic and the increased isolation of white people. Suicide has skyrocketed. Opioid addiction has skyrocketed. That is, you know, it's profound, and it has a political basis. It tries to manifest it as an individual thing. You know, my brother died of an overdose of opioids, actually, in the 1970s. He was 24. And, you know, you think of that as something that hit your family, or, you know, but it's actually the true pandemic among the white population. And why would that be? If we truly live in the highest civilization on the planet, as it is touted to be, you know, why is it that we would have to deaden our brains with drugs to try to obscure what we really see before us, before our very eyes, and what it means, the price that it means for everybody else on the planet for us to, you know, to live the life that we do. And I do think that there are many millions of white people who can't live with that, you know. They can't be what they're supposed to be, and they may not be able to articulate that in that way, but there's a reason. There's a reason for this. There's a material basis for the parasite to be, you know, eating itself, basically, you know, consuming and cannibalizing itself, because there are millions of white people who don't want to be in this position. And that's another reason that we have a responsibility to get out there and let's, you know, all these white people and young people committing suicide and deadening themselves on drugs. You don't need to do that. You can be part of the most dynamic, incredible, loving, truly loving movement and historical, trajectory in the world, just join the Uhuru Solidarity Movement and join the movement for reparations. That a new society is being built right in front of your eyes. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Wow, that's
Uhuru, Kitty.
so moving.
Do they still want to raise?
We still have 850 to raise.
So 750 here from up to 100.
Oh, 750? Let me see who said 750?
To be chair.
Okay, maybe they raised another 100.
Yeah, we look forward.
Does anybody know what the total is?
We have 800.
Kitty wants to do another 100 here.
We have 850 to go.
I saw a text from Amanda.
Yes, we have 850 to go.
I'm not hearing you, Jesse. I don't know.
We have 850 to go, he's saying, Chairwoman. Can you hear me?
You don't hear me?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Wait a minute.
This is like a cell phone commercial.
I have my earbuds in, but I don't have my earbud plugged in.
Are you on with Amanda?
Not with Amanda. I'm on the telethon. What is the total now?
850 to go.
I don't know why I can't hear. I don't know what's going on here. Can't hear.
We'll put it in the chat, Chairwoman, but it's 850 for everyone listening at home.
Can you hear me?
We can. We can hear you. Yes, we can hear you.
I don't know. I see why. My phone was turned off. Okay, talk now. Let me see if I hear you.
Okay.
I don't know what's going on.
So, yeah.
apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. $850 left to go. Go to apedf.org.
Okay, somebody will do 100. I don't know who.
Kitty
is going to do 100.
Woo!
That means we have 750.
So we're only 750 away. So that's 650.
No.
750.
It was. Yeah.
Before we were 850. So now we are $750 away. Uhuru. You still can't hear us, can you?
Well, we want to salute Kitty Riley of the African People's Solidarity Committee and Uhuru Solidarity Movement of the Office of Reparations and Economic Development for that $100 contribution. Be like Kitty Riley. Go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday and give whatever you can this morning at 6:56 a.m. For this reparations telethon that kicked off on Giving Tuesday. Make it about solidarity and reparations and the future, something that we don't have to have despair about.
Uhuru. Well, Jamie, we're getting to the top of the hour, so what I want to do is play our incredible Giving Tuesday video with a couple of community testimonials before we head into our last hour. So I'm going to go ahead and kick us off. So yeah, so this was what we're about to show here is. Oh. What? Hold on. Oh, there it is. Okay, so what we're about to show here is an incredible video that was produced for Giving Tuesday by Cami Thomas, who's the director and editor. And it was produced by Aaron Ablin and Allie Ablin. It was the St. Louis production was produced by Bailey Sinclair. Original music produced by Brandon Madkeys, and the B camera operator was Ethan. And we just really want to salute them for making this incredible Giving Tuesday video that has won so many people to donate. Like Katie Riley just put in $100. So we've got 750 more dollars left to raise. So I want to share with you guys this incredible video, followed by 3 community testimonials from people who live in St. Louis, the home of the Black Power Blueprint.
My name is Abdullah Alexander. I'm 59 years old, and I'm now living in St. Louis, Missouri. This is a place that I love. I've been here now for 3 years and working for the Black Power Blueprint.
purchased a building, we just went right into renovation mode. There were 2 stores down the street that, had no food. It was like a food desert, no economic development or job opportunities within the community. And the community, I felt, was demoralized. 3 years later, we have acquired all these different properties and also programs within the African community. The Black Power Blueprint organically just grew out of the process of APDF coming into St. Louis and finding the Uhura House.
The community is just glad that we got these dilapidated buildings taken down and that we are bringing economics to the community. And that's the bottom line. We have to revitalize this community economically.
My name is Kay, Chris. Most people in the neighborhood just call me Kay. And I work at Young Auto. And we've been in the neighborhood since 1977. There's not a lot of decent halls. So those type of things give more action to just the words.
That red, black, and green flag unites us all, regardless of what ward you're from, what set you claim, what block you from. We all see that flag and we see that we're united. We understand that we are one people.
For real.
All right, so what
Kenny,
is Black
curious. Oh, sorry.
So I want to say some things that Black Power doesn't mean to me. First and foremost, Black Power does not represent racism. Saved by the Bell. That's my son, but I'm sure it's okay. I'll call him right back. So yeah, Black Power does not represent racism. It just represents love for a community that has not been loved since this country was founded. Not loved by the folks that brought us here, not loved by the people that look like me that live here. So I think when we talk about Black Power, that just represents Black love. And what are some things we can do to love ourselves better, to do better, for ourselves and for each other? And then what can some folks that don't necessarily look like us, what can some of those folks do to help us on this mission? So the Black Power Blueprint, I think, points to giving small businesses or individuals that are of African descent a chance to grow and to empower themselves economically. So, in a nutshell.
This is an opportunity for people that are in the colonial system, the colonial prison system. When they're released, they can come to us and they can find housing and they can find work. And they can totally get involved in what would soon be the Deco Kitchen that we have also another one of our institutions are under APDF and the Black Power Blueprint. As you can see, the workers are still doing the work here, and we haven't got everything installed, but hey, we need your help. Here would be a kitchen. We need utilities. We need stoves, refrigerator, and all of those things for people that are coming out of the colonial work, those prisons. Come on now, when people get out of jail, do they have money to get an apartment or a house? No, they do not. They need your help. And our goal is to stop the colonial cycle of going back and forth to the prison, create a foundation for our brothers and our sisters to have family homes and a real future. Give them a real chance. That's why we need your donation.
How will gentrification affect this community?
Because it's time for us, gentrification is going to affect us tremendously because it's going to cause us to rise up. You know, it's like people just accepting whatever is given. This is going to give us a reason to rise up and realize who we are, that we are a people, we are a nation of people, that we can do and we can accomplish whatever we want to accomplish if we do it together, if we work together to make better our life and to raise us up in our social standing where we feel good about who we are, take back our identity, and not be seen or be thought of as what somebody else think we are, but as who we really are. We have to be proud of ourselves. We have to be proud of who we are. We have to be proud of where we came from, and we have to be proud of where we're going.
Uhuru, can you hear us, Chairwoman Penny?
Uhuru, comrades.
All right.
It's always so moving to see those statements from, you know, Helen Hunt, for example. I mean, she is amazing. And when, you know, before COVID, when there were Sunday rallies, she would speak once a month. And she is a pastor in a church, and she's just, you know, she's incredible. And she works on the garden committee. She's, you know, just so articulate in terms of her will to see the African working class rise up and have political power in their own hands, and just the unity with that. There's so many responses like that in this neighborhood, in O'Fallon neighborhood, on the north side of St. Louis. It's beautiful, you know. I mean, and I think for us, you know, to just really have this determination, like you comrades have done in this past 24 hours, like go into the white community to carry out our job description in the revolution under the leadership of the vanguard, and, you know, win others to, you know, to contribute, to really join this growing movement of white people everywhere on the side of the future, which is what the stand of reparations is. You know, it puts us on the side of revolution being the main trend in the world. It puts us on the side of the people everywhere. It's, you know, it's how we take up the stand of let there be 2, 3, many Vietnams. It's how we recognize that the people, the heroic struggle, fight, you know, 3-generation fight of war, you know, of liberation of the Vietnamese people was not in vain, because the movement of the African working class is rising up. And when the African working class inside the borders of the US rises up, the people in the world have, you know, are just empowered to fight, to really fight. And the chairman has given the articulation of African internationalism that belongs to everybody, you know, that gives an analysis to all people on this planet, as we heard in that just brilliant interview with Benjamin Prado, from Undersecretary General of Unión del Barrio last night. You know, how African internationalism has influenced the struggle of the indigenous Mexicano people on both sides of the borders, and what that means. And this unity, like the chairman has said, that the African Revolution is also a revolution of the Americas, because African people have been brought here, and that the unity of, you know, of African and indigenous people is deep. You know, just how when we were saying that, you know, it says in this book about St. Louis, when this general, he was assigned to St. Louis to head up the wars of genocide against the indigenous people, and he beat to death his enslaved African woman that he owned, named Hannah, because he couldn't find his keys.
Wow.
Beat her to death. And that was a famous case, but he was not charged because she was his property. The indigenous people that he was facing called him woman killer. Oh, here comes woman killer, General Harney. There's a street named after him here. Harney, General Harney, woman killer, because he killed Hannah. He beat her to death. You know, that's the unity of the indigenous and African people. And, you know, as in Florida, the Seminole, which was not a, quote, tribe, it was the name of people, of Africans and indigenous who joined together to fight the genocidal wars carried out by the US government with the tremendous support of the white population, and the fact that 80% of all the genocide was committed by white civilians. You know, yeah.
I just want to let you know and let everybody know that Leah Fifield has contacted us, and she has said, she has made a commitment that from now until the end of the telethon, she will add $20 to anyone's contribution that comes in. So let's get this done. And Amanda Carlozzi is going to do $100. Uhuru.
Wow, so we raised so far $9,370.
That's right.
You're amazing. Really, really salute your stand of genuine solidarity. This is what it means to go in the trenches, carry out our job description in the African Revolution, go into the white community and like, Mom, Dad, you know, get on board. This is the future. So that means, I don't know, Leah.
Both feet, $50 plus Leah's $20. That brings us to 9,444. 560 left to go. Let's do this.
560 left to go. Go ahead and text Maureen, and I've done it.
This is awesome. Jesse, do you want to go ahead and show our amazing give backs that people can get if they contribute?
Yeah, let me show you this bag here. This is a beautiful, by the way, the art piece with the drummers is all three come together. So those three are
amazing.
Here. Wanted me to let you know that. She put that in the chat. But if you do 250 or more, you get this beautiful bag from Ghana that was donated by Deputy Chair Onizanea Shatella. This is a piece of art right here that was contributed to this telethon by Deputy Chair Onizanea Shatella, $250 or more, and this will be yours. So go ahead and go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. And from now until the end of this telethon, which the clock is ticking, comrades, it's 7:12 a.m. We are in the 24th hour right now. We are in the 24th hour. So let's bring it home. Let's bring it home. Reparations to the Black Power Blueprint, apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. And every donation will be +20 thanks to our amazing comrade, Leah Fifield. So let's do this. Everything you could donate $1 and that's going to become $21. You could donate $20, that's going to become $40. So do what you can, contribute everything you can. Let's make this happen, comrades. Uhuru, reparations.
Uhuru.
Who's the last?
974.
Oh, and I'll re-show people, if you donate $100, you will get one of these wooden USM magnets. These
nice
magnets made by our amazing comrade, Hallie Murray.
Beautiful.
And it ends with 138.
And every person who donates, no matter what amount you donate, you get one of these stickers right here. While we're on givebacks, boom, right there, the Black Power Blueprint. Slap this on the back of your laptop or somewhere else you want to display it, and it shows the real concrete work. This is what Black Power looks like right here, the Black Power Blueprint. So This is a sticker that every single donor will be getting in the mail as an expression of our appreciation for your profound stand of reparations to African people. So go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. Give what you can. Giving Tuesday is still on for 46 more minutes. So let's bring it home. We are only, what are we at? We're only like $560 away from breaking our $10,000 goal of reparations to the Black Power Blueprint. Uhuru, comrades, let's do this. We can do this. Every contribution that you make will be plus 20, thanks to the incredible stand of Leah Fifield. We can make this happen. This is the 4th apartment in the fourplex for the African Independence Workforce Program. We raised the money for the first 3. Now all we need is 560 to close it out for the 4th one and make this project a reality. This vision that the African working class is making real on the ground as we speak in St. Louis. We can do our part. We can carry out our role, our responsibility of turning over the stolen resources back into the African working class that is fighting to rebuild their own economic and political power. This is not charity. This is not a favor. This is reparations to African people. So go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday and let's do this. Let's make this happen. Uhuru.
Uhuru.
Oh, what's going on here? Okay.
Jamie Sitz is back.
Hey, Uhuru, losing
Jamie,
your
we
power.
got some news.
Jamie, we're getting closer and closer.
Right on. Where are we at?
We are at 560 left to go, and we have an amazing stance from our comrade Leah Fifield, who is adding $20 to every donation that comes in between now and the next 45 minutes when we close out.
Wow, that's amazing, Leah. Uhuru, comrade, that's just phenomenal.
So that gives nobody an excuse. If you're looking at your bank account right now and you're like, oh man, I only have $6, donate $5. You can keep $1, donate $5, and boom, that becomes $25 thanks to Leah. You have no excuse now. Everybody can make a contribution now. So let's go ahead and do this. apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. And we want to thank Chairman Omali Yeshitela and Deputy Chair Onizane Yeshitela for their incredible leadership. And we want to particularly thank Deputy Chair for the beautiful givebacks that she contributed in the last few hours, and for really supporting and pushing this telethon in so many ways. And we want to show you again, this bag, if you donate $250 or more, you will receive this beautiful bag from Africa. Beautiful bag that Deputy Chair Onizane Yeshitela contributed. This bag will be yours. And just go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday and pay reparations to the African Independence Workforce Program. We are at 7:17. The 24th hour is closing in. So let's do this. Let's make this happen. Let's make reparations a reality to the tune of $10,000. Uhuru.
Uhuru. That's such an incredible stance that Leah Fifield is taking. So it's with every single donation. She's putting in another 20.
That's right.
Wow. That's really incredible. That like democratizes the process for for people that if you're feeling insecure about how much you're giving, it's $20 more. So that's yeah. Wow, that's incredible. That's incredible. Let's really bring that to fruition right now by going to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday and contribute whatever you can. No amount too little or too much, but this is the final stretch. Let's be part of this victory.
Yes. We can do it. We can make this happen. apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. This has been such an incredible telethon, has been so powerful. I salute all of the members of the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru movement who have spoken. and everybody. And I'm sorry if I seem distracted, but I think I might be caught between a phone call that's happening right now on both sides of this Zoom screen. So don't mind me. Maybe Jamie, you want to take it away from me for a second?
Uhuru, comrade, I can do that for you. So yeah, we're in the last stretch of this reparations 24-hour telethon, where we've almost raised $10,000. We're at can someone quote for me the number that we're at now? Is it 900 and
560?
We have 560 left to go. So we've raised $940. If
9,000.
Sorry, gosh, 9,000. 9,000.
9,000. It's 9,440. I hope that's right, but I think it is.
Can anyone tell that we're not mathematicians? There are mathematicians in this incredible movement, but I'm not one, and I don't think Comrade Chair Jesse is either. That's okay.
That's all right.
We have this collective movement where people are behind the scenes calculating what you're putting in, and you know, I know that Comrade Leah is going to contribute $20 for every single donation, and that's good news to me. I'm gonna put Comrade Sarah and I can do another $10. So if I'm not mistaken, that becomes another $30.
That becomes another 30.
So do likewise. You know, really call Comrade Leah on her incredible stance here to contribute $20 for each one of our donations, whatever it is. It's $20 more.
Leah Fifield, just really want to salute you, comrade. Just all the leadership that you bring. You're organizing, you organize everyone in your neighborhood and your friends and get them involved. And I wish I could come in for your body work, actually. I'm going to try to get up there for that. So,
yes.
But just really want to salute the tremendous work that you do in your leadership and just your principled stand, comrade. Really salute you.
I want to unite with that. And Jackson Hollingsworth just put in $5, which thanks to Leah.
Uhuru Jackson.
$25. So Uhuru, Jackson, and Leah, $25. So we have 25 from Jackson's 5 plus Leah's 20. And then we have 30 from Jamie's 10 plus Leah's 20. So what is that? Mathematician time. What's that? 505. $505 left to raise.
505.
Close. Let's do this. Yeah, let's get over the finish line here. We can't give up when we're this close to victory for the Reparations Telethon. It's really an amazing feat to see all these comrades coming out and supporting the Black Power Blueprint Project, supporting the African Independence Workforce program on North College Avenue in North St. Louis, and this impoverished community that had very, very little hope, that saw all these buildings like a bomb had hit, you know? And it is like a weaponized system, gentrification, the economic embargo, essentially, that the Black community faces, where there's it's like salted earth what imperialism does to African people. But this organization, this heroic nonprofit, the African People's Education and Defense Fund, the Black Power Blueprint, is fighting back, is making a stand here in North St. Louis and saying, not this community. You're not going to take away our hope. You're not going to take away our fighting spirit, our determination to provide for our families. And that's what Leah Fifield has taken a stand, has allowed us to magnify the stand that we would take with every one of our dollars, with every donation that you make in this final what are we at here? 37 minutes left in this telethon. Every donation that's made, Leah Fifield is going to contribute $20 to your donation. So whatever you're concerned about, well, I've only got $5, I've only got $10, I've only got $20, whatever it is, that becomes 20 more. So you can step up and take a stand for reparations that's really significant, both in terms of the amount of dollars because of Comrade Leah, and because we're nearing the $10,000 mark. The victory line for the reparations telethon. Come on in and be part of this final lap. It is liberating. It is exuberant. It's a beautiful, crisp morning, even here in Florida, you know. So I know that's invigorating me. Let it invigorate you, and dig deep in your wallet and give what the African working class deserves. The kind of dignity, the kind of conditions that we would expect for ourselves and for our families. We have to demand for the African working classes. They are demanding it for themselves as they're fighting to make this future with dignity, with peace and prosperity for their families a reality. Because everything we own, everything we have, comes in some way at the expense of Africa and African people. They have been, as we've been talking about, taken out of the productive process. But that is coming to an end. That does not have to be the future. It is not the future. We can be part of the future that African people are building, are winning for themselves and their families by going to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. I know I sound like a broken record. This is a telethon, and you've come on to this telethon because you want to be part of something liberating, something positive, something that's changing the world. And that's what each and every one of you who are donating at apedf.org/Giving Tuesday are doing. You're becoming part of changing the world, of saying that we can do better as human beings than the treatment we've seen of African people. You know, we can do better than the murder of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor and Mike Brown. We can be part of this courageous revolutionary movement of the African working class, the Black Power Blueprint Project, what Deputy Chair Onazine Yeshitela saw was possible when she went to St. Louis back in, what was it? It was 2016. Am I right, Jesse?
Yes, that's right.
And by 2017 or 2018 at least, the Uhuru House was built, right?
I remember the day that we were at the Uhuru House. It was actually in the middle of the electoral campaign that we were doing when Director Akile was running for City Council District 6 and I was running for mayor. We were running on the reparations platform. Deputy Chair was in St. Louis at that time. So this was in 2017. This was in the summer of 2017. And the chairman announced that that the Uhuru House property had been acquired. So it was to think that it was that recently that property was even acquired. And then we went there. We went to St. Louis and saw the property before it was renovated. And I literally fell through the floor at one point. That's a true story. And you know, that was because we all evacuated to St. Louis when Hurricane Irma came to town in St. Pete. So we went to St. Louis and we saw the building for the Impedum Convention, which was not held there at that time, obviously. And just, less than a year later, it was like this dazzling, sparkling, beautiful, state-of-the-art African internationalist community center and hub. It's so amazing. It is a shining beacon of hope, just like the red, black, and green flag that flies right across the street from it. So, Uhuru, it's great to reminisce on how that all unfolded, and it's so exciting. The whole thing has just blossomed. Like, it just started there, and it's just continued to explode, and it's becoming Uhuru City. You know, it's becoming the city of African self-determination. It's a beautiful thing.
Wow.
And yeah, actually, I vividly remember my first time going to St. Louis. It was for the Uhuru Solidarity Movement National Convention. And I actually made a comment to Janice at one point. I didn't know the Uhuru movement before the Black Power Blueprint, and she laughed. She laughed pretty hard. But you know, because the Black Power Blueprint is everything right now. But you know, I vividly remember flying out to St. Louis and showing up there for the Uhuru Solidarity Movement National Convention, and that was like the first time I was like, oh my goodness, this movement is amazing. And it was so incredibly beautiful to see that building, and to see it in real life, and to see, you know, what reparations in action looks like, and what the African working class does with resources, you know, and that's why we have to return the resources. And just wanted to say that, you know, when we're raising these $10,000, just to remind people, this is for the fourplex. We've already furnished 3 apartments and the majority of 4 apartments. You know, we only have $500 left to complete the furnishing and renovation of 4 apartments for the African independent fourplex housing, for Africans that are coming out of the prison system, giving them a place to live once they get out. And Deputy Chair announced in the segment that she was on with the chairman, they announced live here on the Uhuru Solidarity Movement Telethon that these apartments are going to be named after political prisoners, incredible revolutionary political prisoners. That and the 4 names of the apartments, they're going to be named after Matulu Shakur, Sundiata Akoli, Asada Shakur, and Desi Woods. And I know that these names are, you know, are probably familiar names to a lot of people, revolutionaries, you know, that we look up to in this movement. And the best way that we can uphold these political prisoners, that who these apartments are named after, is to donate, is to contribute to these projects and actually, you know, make these apartments, make this fourplex a reality, a concrete reality. That's the best stance of reparations. That's the best way that we can uphold these political prisoners, and building, you know, this revolutionary, supporting this revolutionary organization that's on the ground, to overturn the whole system. So, you know, I just really want to call on people. We've got a half hour left to raise $500. And I just really want to call on people to contribute to this amazing program. You know, it's housing for the African community, housing for people coming out of the prison system. So go ahead today and donate, and you can do that at apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. That's apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. Go ahead and do that right now.
And you know, I'm doing it right now, and it feels great. And I want to salute Leah Fifield again for making me feel empowered to make a $10 contribution into a 31 with the $20 that she's contributing for every donation that comes in this last 28 minutes. And yeah, go to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday. And should it come up briefly as error like it did for me once, just go ahead and enter it again. Sometimes the internet's a little bit glitchy, but we gotta push through whatever obstacle might be in our way at this moment as we struggle to make a stand for reparations to the Black community, solidarity with Black-led self-determination and economic development in the hands of the African working class. That's exactly what the Black Power Blueprint Project is. I know I'm really looking forward to my first. I've yet to see this with my own eyes in person. I've seen all the incredible videos, and I really can't wait to get out there and see what you comrades have seen. And you know, when like Jesse's talking about the floor falling out from under your feet, literally stepping through the floor, it's a funny story, but at the same time, it really speaks to the profound decay, the let it rot policy there in North St. Louis, where they just let this community that's been suffering so long, that, you know, African people, like Chairwoman Penny was saying earlier, this is nothing new. This is colonialism. It hounds African people, you know, it chases them from this area to that area, and wherever they wind up, they're never allowed to put down roots to establish a community, to establish wealth and transfer it from generation to generation. And so that decay is not by accident, it's by design. And what the Black Power Blueprint is doing is providing a real foundation for a community rebuild itself and stand on their own 2 feet, whether they're coming out of prison, whether they're developing careers in their own community, putting down a real economy, a people's economy. That's what you're part of. I can't think of anything more beautiful and optimistic to be part of this holiday season than going to apedf.org/Giving Tuesday and becoming a part of this wonderful, bold project, the Black Power Blueprint. So go ahead and do that like I'm going to finish doing right now.
I think Chairwoman Penny might have some important information for us. Perhaps not. Okay. Chairwoman Penny, do you hear me?
Yes. Well, I mean, Amanda should, the website is not working. It's not taking our cards. It's rejecting it. So I'm talking to Amanda and Lisa. It's got to go to usm.org.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well, that's a thing that happens in the last 25 minutes of our 24-hour telethon, but we're going to roll with it. So Amanda, are we saying uhurusolidarity.org? Go to uhurusolidarity.org/pay reparations, or just go to uhurusolidarity.org, hit that big fat red button that says pay reparations. There's a website issue going on right now with the Giving Tuesday page. So USM will collect these contributions and turn them over to APEDF. We have $505 to go. In the next 25 minutes, we can do it. Go to uhurusolidarity.org and click pay reparations. Let's make it happen. $505. And this will go towards the overall goal of the African People's Education and Defense Fund Giving Tuesday fund of $10,000 for the Black Power Blueprint.
Uhuru. So that's just uhurusolidarity.org. There's no slash that needs to be added to that, right, Jesse? Just Uhuru Solidarity.
You can go to uhurusolidarity.org/pay-reparations, or if you can't remember that, just go to uhurusolidarity.org and click the button that says pay reparations.
Right. Uhuru. Yeah, I did /donate, and it took me to the right page to pay reparations. And click whatever amount you can do. Again, excuse me, if I'm not mistaken, this will still be part of Leah Fifefield's incredible contribution of $20 per donation. So whatever you're able to do, it's going to count for 20 more. And yeah, we're just making it happen this morning. Whatever obstacles come up, we've got to continue to stand in material solidarity with the Black working class and their right to self-determination, dignity, and freedom with this beautiful fourplex apartment complex that's going to be part of the African Independence Workforce Program. So go ahead and go to uhurusolidarity.org today, right now, this morning, in the next 23 minutes.
People's Democratic Uhuru Movement is putting in $50, which means another 20 from Leah Uhuru to impede him. Salute the People's Socialist Party. Salute to the leadership of the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement. Thank you so much. That means that we now have $435 left to go in the next 23 minutes. Uhuru, go to uhurusolidarity.org. Click pay reparations and make your contribution. We are almost there. $435 to go.
That's amazing.
$435. Oh, we're gonna do it.
Yes, we are.
We need 8 more people with $50 and 1 person with 30. And we're having trouble we can't get anything going on the website for some reason. But
tell them Uhuru Solidarity.
Yeah, well, you're putting out for people to go to uhurusolidarity.org, right?
Yes. Again, that's uhurusolidarity.org, UHURU solidarity.org. And just click on pay reparations.
Comrades, we just got a $100 donation from Lisa Watson. Uhuru, $100. That means we are now $335 away from our goal. What's that? 315, because Leah Fifield adds 20 to that. 315. Wow, we're getting so close. Let's do it. We got 21 minutes on the clock. Let's bring in these reparations. uhurusolidarity.org and click the big red button that says pay reparations. We only have $315 left to go to meet our goal of $10,000 for the Black Power Blueprint. Let's do this.
Yeah, it feels really good to be part of this.
And we have a surprise guest, Deputy Chair. $115 left to go to meet our goal of $10,000.
Deputy Chair.
You might have the YouTube thing open still.
Yeah, it feels really good to be part of this.
We have a surprise guest, Deputy Chair.
Okay.
There we go. Uhuru Deputy Chair Onatane Shatella.
Uhuru comrades, I got a text from 4 Feet. I don't know if we got her resources. She want to donate 50.
Uhuru.
Did y'all get that?
We did, yes.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you so much to 4 Feet. That is awesome. Uhuru. So we're just telling people to go to Uhuru Solidarity, and we just received $100 from Kitty Riley. Uhuru.
I thought we
I think we counted that earlier.
Yeah, I think we did.
Okay, but thank you, Kitty. Uhuru, Comrade Kitty, for putting that in on uhurusolidarity.org. And now it looks like maybe the website might be working again. Okay, I don't know. We are $315 away from our goal, Deputy Chair. We're so close. And we got 19 minutes to go before our 24-hour telethon comes to a close. So everybody who's watching out there, Leah Fifield threw down the gauntlet. She said every donation that comes in this final hour, she's going to add $20 to it. So we should be able to do this easy. Just put in what you can, and it'll immediately become $20 more than you put in. That is really, really awesome. We really salute Comrade for that.
Just put in 25 on uhurusolidarity.org. Pay reparations.
Uhuru.
So I don't know if Amanda knows that, but I just couldn't get through on the other website.
Awesome. All right. And we also have, I did see something actually come in through. Okay, we also have, where is it?
We have 15 minutes.
All right. We got $100 from Pablo Pena. Uhuru.
Wow.
Right
Uhuru.
Wow.
In Boston.
Yes, in Boston.
Wow, Uhuru. So, okay, so where are we? I don't know if
so add $20 to that. So that's 315 minus 120.
well, no, I put in 25. And
Let me get to that. Okay, so 315 minus 120 minus 45, which is your 25 plus 20, $150.
Oh my gosh, to go.
$50 left.
All right.
Doing it. We've got 15, 16.
Did you verify that with Amanda?
Amanda? Is that correct?
Arithmetic.
It was right. It was right. Amanda, it's Amanda's seal of approval. So 150. Oh my God, we're so close. One person could do that.
So close.
Uhuru, I'm going to do 25 more.
Well, then you just did 45 more because Leah Fifield is adding 20 to every donation.
Oh, wow.
That means we're at 105. 105 left to go. We're so close.
105. We can do this, comrades. 105 more. That's it. We've got it. Okay, I'm waking up people now.
You're late, kid. You're late, Penny. I've been waking up everybody.
Yes, it's your morning reparations wake-up call.
I don't know. My people are snoozing away. I'll tell you that. Not waking up to their texts.
So we got 16 minutes to go, and we're getting text messages here. So I'm just going to go ahead and take a gander. Okay, that's just verifying that our math is correct. We're $105 away. We have together raised $9,895, which is such an awesome. Wow, that is
one day.
yes in
4 hours. Reparations 9,000. Let's do $100 more dollars.
People to go to
That's it.
uhuruSolidarity.org.
uhuruSolidarity.org and click the big red button that says pay reparations and put in.
Is working now?
It's working now? Okay, well.
I don't know. No, that's a question. That's a question.
I don't think so. I don't know. I have no idea.
Okay.
Yeah, so we should say people should continue to go to uhuruSolidarity.org, uhuruSolidarity.org, and we'll make sure that goes to the Black Power Blueprint Project. And you can make a note in the
Uhuru, Satoshi's gonna do $10 more.
That's
Uhuru.
30.
Satoshi 30. Uhuru. Thank you, Satoshi and Leah. That brings us to 75 to go.
Oh my
goodness.
Uhuru Santosh.
God.
So here we are, comrades, 15 minutes away. We've raised $9,925.
Come on, y'all.
$9,925, which is 9,925. We have 75 left to go.
Come on, that's three $25 donations.
Right. So $75 left, and it'll be a nice $10,000 for the Black Power.
I'm gonna put in 35. Can somebody match that?
So 20, that's 55.
That's 55. That means.
Okay, no, I'll put in.
Raya says she'll put in 50 more. Raya.
Uhuru Raya.
Oh, Raya, Uhuru.
Right on.
$1,000. Uhuru.
Let's keep going to the end of our
14 minutes left. 14 minutes, keep it going.
So close.
Did we reach our 10,000?
We reached 10,050.
Oh, we did. Uhuru! Uhuru, comrades.
Uhuru.
We did it. We surpassed it.
On the clock. When we say 24 hours, we say 24 hours. Let's keep going.
Song again. The Vanguard song. Where can we replay that?
No compromise.
No
surrender.
Or the Reparations song. Can we play that? Like go out with?
Uhuru.
Uhuru, I don't know. Oh no, let's see. Allie, that's it. You've been playing the audio files.
Sorry, I'm just messaging. I missed what you said.
We're not ready for that yet, but we'll get there. Let's keep going to uhuruSolidarity.org and put in your contributions.
I don't know if it went through or not.
Yours went through, Chairwoman Penny.
I can't tell if it went through. I just put in. I forgot even what I put in.
We just got something, or 50 from you.
50. Okay, it went through.
Uhuru.
Wow. So where are we? We're over.
We're at 10,050.
10,050.
Uhuru.
Reparations now. Jackson, I'm gonna wake up Jackson.
Jackson's up. Jackson contributed already, right?
Come on and start singing. We need you to sing us out at the end of this telethon.
We really want to thank everyone who's been a part of this amazing, amazing telethon, and all of you who have contributed to the Black Power Blueprint tonight. And I should probably, since it's 7:49, it says here 7:50, we're going to start. We've announced it's not yet the total. We may still get more, but we're at $10,050, comrades. So we have exceeded the goal of $10,000 during this 24-hour period. Wow.
You want to say something?
Woo!
Had participated in this. Deputy chair and chairman for last night. Brilliant, brilliant. All the comrades who participated from all over the country, doing appeals and putting in and raising over $10,000 in reparations in one day. Wow, that was fantastic. What?
Uhuru, Chairman. Uhuru, comrades. Uhuru. Uhuru. I just want to congratulate you. This has been an incredible 24 hours that you've just experienced. It's been incredible work. A lot of solidarity has been expressed by various people from throughout the country, like you've just said. And this is a part of a decolonization process. And really just want to just say vanguard up, comrades. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Uhuru.
Uhuru.
Chairman.
Uhuru.
Of the African Revolution, Chairman Omali Shatella, Deputy Chair Ona Sine Shatella. The vanguard.
Yes.
Fantastic, comrades, and big salute to you, Chairman Omali Shatella, and to Deputy Chair Ona Zane Shatella. Thank you both for your visionary leadership that has made this project that we're raising funds for today, that we have raised $10,050 for, that you out there helped us raise. That's all possible because of you, Deputy Chair Ona Zane Shatella and Chairman Omali Shatella. And just want to give you a huge salute. I know I speak for all of us when I say that. And I want to start thanking and saluting and shouting out everyone who made this telethon possible, including, but not limited to, of course, Chairman Omali Yeshatella of the African People's Socialist Party, and Deputy Chair Ona Zane Yeshatella, visionary leader of the Black Power Blueprint. We want to salute and thank Abdullah Alexander, or Abdullah Muhammad, the outreach chair for the Black Power Blueprint in St. Louis, Bakari Olatunji, the African People's Socialist Party Western Regional Representative, Director Akile Anayi, the African People's Socialist Party Director of Agitprop and editor of The Burning Spear. We want to thank Dr. Aisha Fields, the director of the All African People's Development and Empowerment Project, Yejide Oranmilia, president of the African National Women's Organization. We want to salute and thank comrades Cam Howard, Ralph Pointer, and Betty Davis from the Black is Back Coalition. We want to thank and salute Benjamin Prado from Union del Barrio. The new and original music that we heard from the African People's Socialist Party, Alikia and Goma, and just an amazing interview. Thank you, Comrade Alikia. The DJs who joined us tonight, the St. Louis-based DJs like DJ Lurker, Bass Ninja, Konami, and Uhuru Solidarity Movement's own DJ Reparations. And
Relay, who did just an amazing job of healing, and also that beautiful song, The Vanguard. Oh my God, that is gorgeous.
Yes, Comrade Conlile that you're mentioning, right, Chairwoman?
Conlile.
Yes. Can you? Does anyone remember her last name?
And I think it's Mpico.
Conlile and Pico. Thank you so much, comrade. Your presence here today in the past 24 hours was so powerful. Such beautiful music, such a beautiful revolutionary song. I want to, and please continue to correct me as the exhaustion kind of sets in if I mispronounce anyone's name or forget anyone. Comrade Frog, instrumental worker, volunteer for the Black Power Blueprint Project. We also want to thank the African People's Socialist Party's entire National Central Committee, of course, the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, and I gotta give a a salute out to Columbai and Annette, to Comrade to Charwa Masimba, and to all the amazing volunteers of the Black Power Blueprint in St. Louis and beyond.
Leon.
Yes, Leon O'Hara of Paradigm Construction, Helen Hunt, and other of the local committee members and outstanding volunteers, some of whom were with us, some of whom could not be here today, but who have been instrumental in the progress of the Black Power Blueprint, including, but not limited to, of course, Leon O'Hara, Mr. Gary Brooks, Steve Brooks, Lulu, Irvin, again, Helen Hunt, Reverend Ishman, Ron Jones, Sam McGowan and his sons, Will Washington, Jesse Lynn, Dennis Hope, or is it Hop? Forgive me. Jessica Hutchins, Elizabeth Ward, Julia Hughes, Tyler Middendorf. We want to also thank the African People's Solidarity Committee, Chairwoman Penny Hess. Thank you so much for your participation tonight, your leadership over the question of reparations for 40 years. We want to salute you. We also want to salute and thank the director of the Office of Reparations and Economic Development, Kitty Riley, and the entire African People's Solidarity Committee, including the National Central Committee, Comrade Lisa Watson, Renee Nassar, Janice Kant, Kyle Weiss, Casey Mackey, and we also want to thank you, Chair Jesse Neville of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, and Vice Chair Amanda Carlozzi, and the Uhuru Solidarity Movement team that coordinates the fundraisers, including Comrade Monica Chiotti, Ron Hudson, the Uhuru Solidarity Movement members in Seattle. We want to salute and thank Uhuru Foods and Pies and everyone at the Uhuru Furniture Stores in Philadelphia and Oakland, and that includes, but isn't limited to, Stephanie Midler, Maureen Wagner, Allison Haney. We also want to shout out, Ruby Gittleson. How could I forget? Thank you, Comrade Kitty. Uhuru salute, Ruby. If I forget mentioning Ruby makes me think of course, the one and only Raya Fogarty. Uhuru Raya, just an amazing stance. Kota, Comrade Kota, Uhuru salute. We also want to shout out the
Uhuru just did a really great job tallying up all night, tallying up the resources, the reparations, really powerful. Comrade KC, Comrade Ali, you, Jamie. Wow, you just were amazing. And of course, Comrade Chair Jesse Neville, just the core group of
Uhuru, I unite. Thank you so much, Chairwoman. And let me also shout out the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. Sorry, Jesse?
Len
Demmer. Yeah, I'm going to finish something. We have some Uhuru Solidarity Movement members who have been instrumental and contributed to this telethon, including you, Chair Jesse, including the Northeast Regional Representative Hallie Murray, West Coast Regional Representative Mads Ambrose, Southern Representative Ali Aiello, who's been absolutely instrumental all day putting this together. Really big salute to you, Comrade Ali. And of course, our Midwest Regional Representative Casey Mackey, also known as DJ Reparations, and one of our co-host MCs for this event. We want to thank again Len Demmer. We want to thank Aaron Giddings, Jesse Call, of course, the one and only Sandy Forrest of the African People's Solidarity Committee and Uhuru Solidarity Movement, Kyle Weiss, let me shout you out again, Sarah Rittersbach, Carbon Anderson, Marissa Ricchetti, Leah Fifield, Uhuru comrades, such a powerful stand of reparations in this last hour, matching $20 to every single donation that came in, getting us over the line there. The comrade Laura Spalding Brown of the Reparations Legacy Committee, Diane Tournay, for your stand of reparations over these years, Brian McElroy for your contribution, and anyone I have neglected to mention and thank. I also want to thank our wonderful sponsors, businesses like Tombolo Books here in St. Petersburg, Florida, that contributed these wonderful giving, these give backs. Santosh Rohit, forgive me, Santosh, Comrade Santosh, your amazing art that everybody claimed tonight. Thank you for your contributions to this movement and this telethon. We also want to thank, Moha, right? That's Hallie's sister's company, her small business that has contributed tonight, and Mad Music. That's a local business here in St. Petersburg that contributed to this telethon. We really appreciate each and every one of you, and thank everyone who tuned in and contributed to this powerful reparations telethon for the Black Power Blueprint. We did it, comrades. And in this last minute, I want to ask if Chairwoman Penny or Chair Jesse or Chairman have any closing remarks, or if I've left anyone out, please let us know.
Uhuru, I think possibly Chairman is not on, right?
Oh, right.
And I just want to say salute all of you. This has been a profound stand of class struggle, of reparations to African people, raising $10,000 in one day, and just think of what it's going to be next year. We are, jumping into the year 2021, the year of the African Revolution rising up, and the Black Power Blueprint and the vanguard party claiming its territory of dual and contending power in the hands of the African working class. And this has just been an amazing experience. It was a beautiful program. It involved so many people, so many fronts of the movement. And I just salute the tremendous job that you have done, comrades. I want to salute all of you. Chair Jesse, Comrade Jamie, Comrade Ali. Everybody's looking a little bleary-eyed. Comrade KC, I can't even see her. And just salute you. You did it. And this is profound. Uhuru, forward to the African Revolution, unity through reparations. And I know other people want to sign out as well. Uhuru.
Oh, let me interject real quick before anyone. There's one group that I don't think was in that list of thank yous, and that's maybe Chairwoman, you can help me remember their names. I think it's the Abelins of the Adventure NYC, the wonderful filmmakers of that wonderful film, but the Black Power Blueprint. Do you want to salute them?
Oh, absolutely. And of course, Cammie Thomas, the brilliant African woman, professional videographer and video editor who did the editing and the beautiful, beautiful photography on that video that helped us and helped also the Giving Tuesday program through the Uhuru Furniture stores. And we want to salute them.
Yes.
Uhuru Furniture,
Yes.
Philly, Uhuru Furniture, Oakland. It's really unfortunate they couldn't be, or they weren't on this program, but they were also carrying out a front of raising resources for Giving Tuesday and did an amazing job as well. So, just really, really salute all of everybody who has contributed in so many ways, small and large. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Uhuru, comrades Jesse and Ali, it's been such an honor, and Chairwoman Penny and Kitty, and everyone who can hear me right now. This has been a collective effort, and I just salute each and every one of you. I know folks we're exuberant, we're perhaps exhausted, and we're gonna get some rest. But I wanted to give Ali and Jesse a chance to say anything. If you wanted to say something before we close it out, this victorious reparations 24-hour telethon.
Kitty might.
Oh, Kitty, yes.
Oh, Uhuru comrades, I'm just so honored to be working with you. I just really respect your stance so much. It's just a very revolutionary period. And just, I think of the younger generations coming forward, internalizing so deeply African internationalism and winning it, throughout the white world. It's just really profound. And, I just sit here, looking at all you, and there's this image in my head of when Erin Ablin came to visit the Black Power Blueprint, because she grew up in Webster Groves, but heard about us in Brooklyn from Kai, who was doing a fundraiser for the Black Power Blueprint. And then she went into the store. She and her sister went into a consignment store in Oakland, and it was Uhuru Furniture. And they kept saying, wait a minute, this must be the same movement. She's looking at the artwork, the design, the literature. And, it's just like, it's just really a movement, it's a movement. But we're taking her for a walk, and Tichara, had really deepened her understanding of the economic situation and what the Black Power Blueprint represents. And, you know, she had been at the Uhuru House, and then I get a phone call from one of our volunteers, and it was her uncle, Tom Abelin. And he, you know, I kept saying, "Are you sure you don't have a relative named Allie?" And he goes, because I had asked him before, because it's an unusual name. And he goes, "Well, I have a niece, but she lives in New York City." And I said, "Well, she's sitting right here." You know, and then I told her, your Uncle Tom is on the phone. And she said, "Oh, this is like, oh my God, the connecting dots." So we take her on this walk, and first it's a beautiful outdoor venue. The flag is flying, the garden is growing. Tachara is telling her all about it. Mr. Brooks comes outside, and then we continued. It's just like the church, the lots, and we were taking down 4007, 4009. But just we keep going, and then you see this corner thing that the alderman says it's a garden for 2 years, where the weeds were up 8 feet high, but it's got a little sign. And then you go further in these horrible buildings in the glass, and we go to like get off the street, and there was a dead raccoon, and it was squashed, but the tail was just sticking up. I mean, it just this horrible, you know, mildew, horrible stuff, you know. And then within a half a block, we're at the corner where the basketball court is going to go up and where the fourplex is. And I mean, it's what the party is doing there, you know, in this wonderful mass committee of local people on the Black Power blueprint. We just can't wait till this COVID-19 moves away and the farmers market is thriving and starting on the corner. I mean, this is all part of it. The Black growers and farmers will be there. I mean, the people will be coming out and eating in the stage, and we already have, you know, the electricity and the culture and the jazz and the rich African culture with a flag flapping that is so huge. It's like, this is the revolution. This is the party continuing the Garvey movement under African internationalism. And we're all part of it. And this is the class struggle. And I love it. Every dollar representing a blow to the imperialist economy based on genocide, extracting everything from every African with their boot on every African's neck. They are tearing it off, you know, and we've joined in. We've had the honor of being invited in the door through reparations. And I just really salute you. Found her.
Uhuru.
Thank you, Kitty.
That was awesome. Great statements from Chairwoman Penny and ORED Director Kitty. And Jamie, really appreciate what you had to say as well. And I know we're going to be, I wanted to make a little announcement before we close out, but and I know we are going to be having a reprise, is that the word, of the Reparations Now song to close out the program. We're gonna play it. Jackson's not able to perform it, but we're gonna play the song. But Allie, anything you wanted to say? You did an extraordinary job, comrade. Just really want to salute you 1,000 times for the work you did. I know it was pretty hectic. We ended up jumping into a whole other campaign involving pies a few days before the telethon. So it was quite an experience, and it was great to be in the trenches with you throughout this process, and just really salute your stance. I know it was a lot, and you took it on with a lot of confidence and poise and just a great positive stance as always. So I really salute you, Allie. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Uhuru.
I'm honored. I mean, I really appreciate that, Jesse. But it was a team effort. I mean, everyone stepped up, and you can't do anything without great leadership. I had great leadership in this whole process. From yourself, taking me through this, and Chairwoman Penny Hess. It's just incredible, and of course from our incredible leaders in the African People's Socialist Party, Chairman Amaya Shatella and Deputy Chair Ona Zanea Shatella. But it was just incredible. Every single comrade in the Uhuru Solidarity movement stepped up today. Actually stepped up these whole couple of weeks, whether it was putting together the program, you know, whether it was working on AV, whether it was consolidating videos, all of the people who made videos, we had like 25 people who made a video stating why they supported the Black Power Blueprint. You know, that was extremely powerful, and we really appreciate you making those statements. Every little bit matters. And everyone who donated today, it was absolutely extraordinary. And I feel lucky to have worked with just such an incredible team. And, you know, we raised the resources, we raised the $10,000, you know, we met our goal. This was fun. This was exciting. This was a victory for the African working class. You know, the fourplex apartment is being furnished, and, you know, it was just such an honor to be part of this telethon. And I'm excited for what's to come. Uhuru.
Yeah.
Uhuru, comrades, but before we go to the song, there's just, you know, I'm sure there's going to be people that I've left out.
Jesse Neville. Jesse Neville.
Jesse Neville, of course.
To the song yet. I was going to say something.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, comrade.
No, it's okay. I was just going to say that, oh my God, it's 8:10. We really don't want this to end. We're going to turn this into a 25-hour telethon. Oh my goodness. But you know what? It's crazy because even though we've been awake for like more than 24 hours because we had to get prepared the morning of, I don't know how I'm going to go to sleep. I'm so excited. This was so spectacular. So what I wanted to say, I just wanted to say two things real quick. And then I'll turn it over to you, Jamie, and we can close it out. But I'm just thinking, you know, I wish that our comrade Greg Wood would have been able to experience this joyous triumph of reparations with us. You know, it feels like he totally should have been a part of this, and he would have been. And I just really want to
been part of this.
Absolutely.
You know.
And I really want to, you know, salute the memory of Comrade Greg. And I know this Saturday we are going to be holding a service, and we've been in touch with his family. It's going to be this upcoming Saturday. So we're going to be holding an Uhuru memorial for Comrade Greg, where we can really come together and talk about, you know, what he meant to the movement and what he meant to the world. So I just wanted to make that statement. And I also wanted to reiterate that the Reparations Legacy Project is alive now. It exists, and we are going to build it. I really want to appreciate Len, Laura, Brown, Jamie, and all the other members of that committee. And we are going to be having our first conference on January 23rd. So we will be putting out more information and encourage people to go to reparationslegacy.org for more information. So that's basically what I wanted to say, Jamie. And I just appreciate Chairwoman Penny Hess, ORED Director Kitty, Deputy Chair, Chairman Amalia Shatella, the whole African People's Socialist Party, all of my comrades in the USM National Steering Committee. I mean, this was a collective effort, and it was so much fun. It was just so great. I love it. It was magnificent. So thank you everybody for everything that you brought to this. And Jamie, you are the ultimate MC. You just do an incredible job.
Well, thank you, comrades. You know, it's because of this incredible movement that I could be something in it, that there's this space for us as white people that the chairman opened up by founding the African People's Solidarity Committee, and by people like you, Chairwoman Penny Hess and Kitty Riley, who really blazed the trail, who really made a path for us in this movement of African liberation, if we can unite with reparations. And so many of you out there have done it. And I'm sure there are other people that I'm not mentioning, and if I'm so sorry if I've forgotten you, but there are a few people that just came to mind that I would be remiss if I didn't mention. Claudette Yavram of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement out in San Diego, and of course Wendy Craig, really tremendous job on the telethon and with this whole process and in this movement. And also Comrade Johan Bedingfield right here in St. Petersburg, who contributed so courageously and always does contribute whatever he can. And also Comrade Pam Horgan of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement here in St. Petersburg. Your names all came to me at the end. I realized I hadn't mentioned you. I love you, comrades, as I love all my comrades in this movement. thank you so much for your contributions. I just want to join Jesse in saluting the memory of our comrade Greg Wood, who I know would have been here today in this telethon, were he still with us. You know, all of our fallen comrades, I just want to salute and say, you know, it's always sad to lose a comrade, and I'm still grieving for your loss, for his loss, Greg. But because you had such a tremendous stand, it just encourages me, like I know it does all of us in this movement, to redouble my efforts, redouble my commitment to African liberation and to reparations in our lifetime, reparations in the chairman's lifetime. And with that, I'm going to ask Jesse to cue up that song that we're going to go out with, right? And just say, unity through reparations. Uhuru. Thank you for joining us on the Reparations 24-hour telethon, the victorious Reparations telethon. We will see you again next year. Uhuru.
Uhuru.
We know that we've been lied to. There's two realities. There's the one that we've been raised in, and the one we pretend we don't see. We don't want the guilt, but our lives are built on murder, rape, and theft. To pretend is not an option now. We wonder what is left. Genocide is raging on without an end in sight. We shut down lots of highways. We hashtag every night. But every 18th hour we see white power kill Africans and go free. We want to know what we can do to stand in solidarity. Wealth
Uhuru, as we play out, I just have to salute Jackson Hollingsworth for that incredible song. Jackson Hollingsworth and his incredible brother Morgan, just a beautiful song. Uhuru, and thank you to everyone for joining us on the Reparations Telethon.